Welcome to, what I must admit with some embarrassment is our third sitting, with the ongoing attempt to clear the final world of Super Mario 3D World with all of the playable characters. We got very close of finally clearing Champions Road as Mario in the last stream, and we should be able to do at least that today. We'll see how much more we can stack on top of that, so let's go.
Super Mario 3D World! Oh yeah, Mario time! Woohoo!
Okay, going to be seeing this screen a lot. But we'll see how it runs. I've been a few days off of this, after playing some Mario Maker again for the last little while, so may have to shake off some rust in the early attempts. But let's see.
Let's go!
Now, the good news is that in a previous stream, at least, I did develop a fair bit of muscle memory for most of the early segments, and so we'll see how much of this sort of comes subconsciously or automatically, and how much of it will, of course, require a little more recovery time. That, as you can see, was maybe not the most fluent start, nor was that, so... Well, just a matter of shaking out those attempts nice and early, so we can get to good stuff. And yeah, that's a very true, Mang. We are back to camping all over this road. And, well, we'll see if we can get all the way to the end so we can pitch our tent over by the thank you message. Once again, just have to shake off the rust nice and early. And we'll see. I mean, I got reasonably close last time. Close enough that I absolutely expected to get the clear in the last stream, but I honestly couldn't stay that long by that point, and you know, it's not really good to stay on too long for the purposes of just keeping strain injury under control. You have to stay healthy to play any video games at all. Okay, just need to get back into every pattern, including, of course, one of the most challenging segments here on the Beat Block staircase. Oops. That is one of the downsides of playing with the Pro Controller again, as opposed to the Joy-Cons. I've been playing with the Pro Controller because my Joy-Cons have had a bit of drift, and also because when you play freehand with Joy-Cons, sometimes your diagonals can be slightly off, which is a problem. But unfortunately, the Joy-Cons are much more comfortable for me for long sessions, in terms of just keeping my wrist nice and relaxed. Agent Tortilla, hello. Welcome back. Hope you are doing well over on your end. And... okay, second cycle. We learned this last time, that the second cycle feels much safer. Just given the synchronization of all the different moving parts. And Safety of Man, welcome. And indeed, Safety of Man, we are back here for more. So I hope the making has been going well on your side with all the 100 coin hunts that you've been working on recently. And forward we go. Okay, doing well so far, except of course for the fact that we have taken one hit already, which makes my chances with the final segment not look very optimistic, but let's just move our way up, not get clipped on the corners, and not make any other spectacular mistakes with what is, in solo anyway, one of the more relaxing sessions. And you took my advice on some of the blind drops? Yeah, hope that's been working out, and that if you've been getting any playtests in the meantime, that they've been running successfully. Okay, I do know that here I want to cut corner to corner, and that gives me the best timing for this segment here. Took a lot of experimentation to finally figure that out, and of course, I squander it immediately. Yeah, safety of man, given that you've been catching up with the 3D Mario series, I will hopefully get this clear before you get here yourself, which, well, I mean, it should happen, but spectacular things can happen. And yeah, I find in general when it comes to playtesting in Mario Maker, particularly for levels that have a lot of traversal that, you know, ask you to explore a lot of vertical space, that keeping the player camera in mind is something that you often have to reveal through a lot of playtesting, just to see what people's sightlines are going to be, since there are so many possible paths they may take. There we go. Barely salvaged that. As you can see, I was instinctively trying to twirl, hence the cursor on the screen that was activated by the R button. Still had to shake off some of that Mario Maker muscle memory as we come back in this time. Let's wait for this Magic Koopa to come out, just to do everything cautiously if I can. And yeah, you have a lot to look forward to after getting through All Stars and coming here. I mean, it's kind of too bad that you won't be able to do Galaxy 2 in the meantime, unless you have ready access to a Wii. But, you know, we only have Nintendo to blame for that. And yeah, absolutely no hurry. I mean, this has been technically out for the last 7 or 8 years. Whoops. The last 7 years. And it has been that long since I last revisited it in co-op. And these games have a way of feeling like new even when you have played them before or seen them in action. I mean, after the amount of time I spent clearing this in the original Wii U version, when I was doing it in co-op, I felt like I knew the level absolutely cold in terms of just, you know, being able to see every segment in order in my dreams, but that still is a different skill set than actually properly navigating the last segment, which I think even originally I was not able to do without taking a hit. We just kind of blundered through it the first time we got to clear. And yeah, the remap, when you've got lots of Mario Maker muscle memory, is something that's going to help you quite a bit, given that the original function of L and R in Super Mario World, being the camera scroll, has never really been that relevant to anything. I mean, it was kind of there as a bit of a placeholder mechanic, I guess, to show off the fact that there were L and R buttons on the new Super Nintendo controller, and it's not really useful for that much in the game itself. So, whoops. Once again, instinctively trying to twirl. Oh, managed to save that. Despite all the problems I've had, and oh, so much for that. Yeah, I didn't do it to remap myself last time I went back to Super Mario World, but I can totally understand that if you're coming to it from Mario Maker, you would certainly want to. Despite the fact that I have played so much more Mario Maker at this point than the Mario games originally, one thing that still throws me off quite a bit about Mario Maker is the Yoshi dismount physics in Super Mario World, which I think in Mario Maker they're kind of made with a bit of a dismount arc that matches the physics in NSMBU, because it's NSMBU physics that kind of set the tone for all of the other standard styles. And it throws me off like crazy when it comes to dismounting Yoshi in the Super Mario World style for Yoshi levels, puzzles, etc. How's the grind? West Second Gaming, first of all, welcome. Secondly, I got extremely close to finishing it on the last stream and just could not stay long enough to see it through properly. So I feel like we will definitely get Mario's Clear today, and in many ways, for a couple of mechanical reasons, Mario's Clear is probably the hardest. And so, I think the other ones, I mean, they won't necessarily fall easily, but by the time I get Mario's Clear, the patterns will all have been figured out to the point that the other characters will not take as long. If they do take as long, something is horribly wrong. And yeah, West Second Gaming, hope you're doing well. Seen you expand to quite a lot of different ideas on your stream lately in terms of how to spend some of the non-Mario streams from time to time. So, hopefully that's gotten a nice, warm response from your viewer base. Whoops. Once again, still instinctively trying to twirl. Nonsensically so. Really do have to cut that habit. Whoops. Nope. Okay, that was almost a disaster. Felt like I got away with something on that one. Not going to bother clearing the fuzzies. I still haven't seen the case for doing it. Okay, second cycle on this platform. Seems to be much more reliable for me. And there we go. And all the way up. Yeah. Whoops. Nope. There we are. All the way up. Now here's the swimming segment where I'm going to get a little bit complacent and try to glance over at chat at what West Second Gaming is talking about. Neon Drive. Okay, that's completely new to me. I don't think I know it. But in general, I don't know my racers, so that's why that would be a big vacuum of knowledge there. I honestly can't remember the last racer I played seriously that was not Mario Kart. Okay, forward we go. Now we cut the corners. That was the biggest advancement in my method that I discovered by the end of the last session, which made a lot of the wipes worth it, just to get there. Okay, here we try to avoid the camera tug. And yeah, not a very good slide off that diagonal. So it's an indie retro racer. So retro for what era, then? If it's emulating like a 16-bit or 32-bit art style and music, or something to that effect. It's sort of interesting how the... I mean, and predictable, of course, but interesting how the horizon of what we consider a retro style has just expanded with time. That we were starting to get into, you know, mid-90s post-Doom retro shooters, for instance, and retro 3D platformers now, and all these other things that try to dodge just how badly the N64 era style has aged. Okay, let's go back. Forward. Oh, okay, in terms of synthwave music, I see. I get it. Very good fit for the general tone of your stream, then. For sure, given some of your soundtrack choices much of the time. Yeah, I feel like I don't have the best method worked out yet for the rest of the dashpad segment. A lot of it is directional control along all of those diagonal pathways. A lot of it is also just finding a good path camera-wise in terms of visibility for where the beams are going. So it may be that my counterclockwise, or rather my clockwise method is not really the best idea, but we'll have to see what works. I have the green star collected already, so technically I can shortcut my way through the green star area in that segment, but I haven't quite worked out the timing for skipping the star yet, so might be a bit risky to do it. Okay, a little bit slow there. Kind of knew I was a bit sluggish on some of my landings. When I'm done completing Champions Road, do I mind helping you complete yours? I mean, if we can find some kind of schedule for doing it, I don't mind. I won't just be doing one clear here, though, remember? Because I will be trying to clear with all 5 characters in my solo file first. But yeah, Agent Tortilla, I remember that you were looking for co-op partners, so... And hopefully we have some other people here who can assist with that as well, if I'm still unavailable for a while. Yeah. There's actually one fellow who dropped by for a while last stream. One of my kind of semi-regulars, Therimon, who actually has been helping a lot of people with co-op clears. And so if he drops by, I've got to introduce the two of you. Because apparently he's done co-op assistance for Champions Road for a lot of people who have asked. And he was here on the Thursday stream, but I think has been holed up with his next Mario level since. And okay, up we go. And he's also on the Discord pretty regularly if you want to try to catch him there. But we can discuss that. I mean, obviously, you know, I'm open to doing it as well if I get my solo clears out of the way. Okay, up we go. There are a few things I will say that kind of change in co-op in terms of some obstacles being slightly more difficult and some slightly less. Because having originally cleared in a co-op, I definitely see the difference in some ways. And partly it's just at the camera visibility. Partly it's the fact that having one player carry on while the other one is dead or in the bubble isn't as helpful as you would think in most segments, but also seems to be necessary in at least one segment, which is the part with the piranha plants. But then there are things like the water segment where co-op is actually substantially harder because of the way that players can obstruct each other. And yeah, even in local co-op, finding a shared pattern between two characters with two different movesets and physics on this staircase was something I remembered to be a bit of a challenge. Okay, that would be game over. We do need to recollect all of the green stars. Is the stream lagging a bit? Are you talking about the streaming video, or is it a sound behind, or something else? Because do let me know if it's an audio issue with something like the synchronization. We do occasionally run into that.
All right.
If you think that the sound is behind by a second or something. Okay, so it's just video performance. I see everything is fine on my end, so it may be your connection. Unless somebody else also reports it. Because, yeah, actually my video is seemingly running perfectly. Yeah, we do occasionally have some audio issues on the stream, and a lot of it is because the computer I'm running on, after it reaches a certain temperature, starts to throttle the CPU performance a bit, and audio encoding tends to be the first thing to die. Now, I've actually been trying to get around that recently, just from changing how I run my fans, but do let me know if anything is still a problem. Yeah, glad to know that things are generally working for most of you. Agent Tortilla, if you are having trouble with internet, that might not bode well for co-op clears of Champions Road. Okay. There we go. Small adjustments with the landing there. Not as fancy as just bouncing over to Chuck's, but a little more reliable. We do want to eventually get to the point where most of this is pretty much automatic. There we go. And yeah, West Second Gaming, I don't know if your issue is anything similar to mine. Mine is definitely just a CPU issue with OBS on my computer. It's a very obscure issue, and I've found other people report it, but nobody really report a good solution. And the solution just seems to be like get new hardware or get better cooling. You can't really do anything about that without actually investing in hardware. Okay, next cycle. Oops. And yeah, it's definitely, if you were streaming with OBS on a Mac, it's got some known audio issues. I'm also on a Mac for my streaming computer. So, and it's been holding up very well otherwise. But definitely we've encountered a problem that seems to be platform specific, at least with the way OBS tends to run. Actually, not even OBS itself, but the way OBS on my end links to the Elgato card, because Elgato kind of has their own proprietary software to feed into OBS if you're using OBS instead of their in-house software, and that seems to be the weak link when it comes to the audio encoding. Like, it took me a long time to track down this issue, but I'm pretty certain that that's the exact problem. So it's actually not even OBS's fault, it's the Elgato driver. Okay, let's not die to the camera tug there. Let's go... Oh, no. Let's not change our plans, actually. Let's just do things the old way. Last-minute changes of plans are actually one easy way to die. And yeah, Netcat, I agree. That is absolutely the day. 10 years is a very good run for a computer, West Second Gaming. I mean, I tend to run my devices really long as well. Like, I tend to run them pretty much to the grave, actually. And had a very good experience with the Macs that I had. Apart from the fact that I previously had one of the 2011 MacBooks that... I don't know if you know about the ticking time bomb graphics card problem that was affecting that line, but I was basically one of the people with the ticking time bomb model. And so the idea was that eventually, because of some kind of heat-related problem with the graphics card, you would eventually have display failure, even if you got the part replaced. And it was only the 2011 model, which ran like a dream for years. And I was very sad to let it go, but... you know, there comes a time for every machine. And that one went for about 6 years, I think. Meng, is there another section after the dash panels? Only the thank you message, I think. Now, we can't get complacent about that, because I actually did die to the thank you message in Super Mario 3D Land for 3DS. And in fact, when I played this in co-op, I'm trying to remember, because I think I might have died to the thank you message here as well, and that my co-op partner managed to salvage that. Because the thank you message here, you know, to kind of give you folks a spoiler, involves the clear pipes, and when you're in co-op, there is some remote chance, if you're not very good at steering through the clear pipes on short notice, that you might get trapped outside the camera and die that way. I don't think that happens to very many players, but my playstyle, as most of you know, tends to lead to some fairly creative ways of failing, shall we say. The thank you message in Odyssey gave you so much anxiety. You know, I spent so much of my time in Odyssey just taking screenshots that I spent a lot of time on the thank you area, you know, with the big yellowy electrical message, just posing for shots. And just spending a lot of time enjoying that part of the level while I was still there. Because, you know, who knew how long it would take me to get back. Although Odyssey's level, of course, I thought was lengthy but much easier in many ways than a lot of the other grand finales that had come before it.
Mamma mia. All right.
And yeah, Natcat, definitely. That's the amount of control that you would have over your own Linux installation. If you're comfortable enough with handling it, is something that can be a little more compatible with your hardware situation. And here we go. And alright, up we go. Oddly enough, I haven't really used the photo mode very much in this game or in Bowser's Fury. I think that's partly because even in the photo mode here that they patched in to the Switch version, you don't actually get much camera control. You're generally still confined to the same camera angles that you're restricted by when playing the game itself, which I think takes away a lot of the flexibility of what a photo mode is meant to show off. So, haven't really spent as much time with this one as I did with Odysseys at all. Okay. Although it's nice to have the stamps repurposed in this game after losing Miiverse. Okay, surprisingly accurate. And up we go. That was a dangerous ground pound. Probably not worth the trouble. Let's see if it totally throws off my cycle here. Nope. You only ever beat the Galaxy 2 final level. Yeah, I absolutely loved it. Grandmaster Galaxy and, of course, its final challenge mode, which is the perfect run. Whoops. I kind of felt like that's what Odyssey's final level was lacking, was something like a one-hit point mode. Because one of the things about Odyssey's final level that really stuck out to me was how Odyssey-like it felt in that it was very exploration-based. That you had all these platforming challenges that would almost all have some kind of exploration that would reward you with additional mushrooms or some kind of life replenishment, and so it always felt like you had a massive safety buffer. And for the most part, I think it actually did take a lot of the tension out of that level, although, of course, that made it much more clearable for a greater number of players. But yeah, I've loved it, that sort of concept of the final exam level ever since they introduced it with Grandmaster Galaxy. And it is always the thing I look forward to. Beaten every one of those so far, including the rather unexpected one in Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, which has a pretty interesting spin on the final level as well. It's practically like an arcade game within the game. But yeah, it certainly is one of the best trends in Mario design, I think, and one that I really hope to see continue. Even if Odyssey started to dial it back a little bit, I think. Odyssey was kind of a strange experience for me in that, you know, I felt like it was, among Mario games, one where you got into the really interesting middle game quickly. But then things like the post-game content peter out fairly rapidly. And that it felt like, as huge as the game was, that for being so exploration focused, it was kind of lacking in terms of a platforming endgame. That there are a few token challenges there, but not very many. And I guess that's just a matter of Odyssey playing to its own strengths, but it did mean that I think the sort of overall curvature of the experience was quite different from something like 3D World, where 3D World, it just continues escalating all the way to the finish. It just gets better and better all the way to the end. And up we go. Okay, that's fairly clean so far. This section, as I was saying before, kind of worries me as Toad and possibly Peach, because their jump heights are going to be a little bit tighter. But that's one of the only segments that concerns me with the other characters. Because in general, I think Mario actually has the hardest time with several things here. Certainly the beat block segment. And we'll see, because maybe Luigi's jump distance is going to throw off my patterns like crazy when it comes to the dash panel segment as well. And because you have to adjust completely around Luigi's increased jump height. And the timing here matters quite a lot, as you can see. Whoops. Should have positioned myself a little further left there. I didn't know that was going to be safe, but I forgot to dodge my way back. Now, as you can see, if I've already collected a green star, I can actually go for that other coin first to grab the diagonal. That was an interesting stall there on the dash panel, where I was pushing against my own direction. I'd never seen that kind of stall before. I didn't really know that was possible as a way to just hold in place. Yeah, weird little equilibrium there. I don't know if I could do it twice. Secret stall strats, exactly. And here we are. And yeah, it's really interesting to me that in Odyssey, even a lot of things that are just kind of present and very easily discovered in the basic moveset, like most of the jumping tech involving using Cappy, for instance, is never really explicitly requested from the player by the game. That it's very useful for things like doing the Koopa races and other speed-based challenges like that, but that it's very much up to the player to discover that and find uses for those techniques, rather than being required to do it. And I think that's very much the same with what you're saying with doing certain challenges without captures. That's... I think it's quite true that people who like to define a lot of their own self-imposed challenges get a ton of mileage out of Odyssey's mechanics, because they do just offer so many options. And here we go. Okay, up we go. And forward. Okay, that's going well. I don't know if I'll try to do the diagonal skip this time with the final segment, just to avoid beams for a little bit longer. Now let's not fall off of this. I only started falling off of this platform in some of my late attempts last time. And it was one thing that had never occurred to me as a possible state of failure, because you get a much more expansive view of the entire Magic Koopa segment, camera-wise, when it comes to co-op, for instance. That you do get a view of the whole playing field, and I'd forgotten what it was like to not have that, and just consistently overestimated how much space I'd have to work with. Okay, that's a disaster, as you can see. Try to do the panic twirl, that did not go. Soul of Darkness, welcome. Cappy is kind of like Nintendo's version of item abuse Kaizo tricks. Oh, if only. I do kind of expect an Odyssey style for Mario Maker 3 eventually, because, you know, so much just opens up with having Cappy available. I also expect that the user creations try to do Kaizo Cappy tech will be absolutely dreadful. There might be something good in there. But... whoops. No, let's redo this. Never mind, that was kind of a bad salvage.
Mamma mia. All right.
But yeah, you know, having an enemy set that is kind of built to be captured, and having Cappy available just as part of your basic moveset, like a lot of that stuff, if you're kind of already open to the idea of extra game styles in Mario Maker that don't play like the standard styles at all, as we had with the implementation of 3D World, Odyssey is a very natural candidate. And the thing about the Odyssey style is that it would even be a natural home for some Galaxy mechanics, because some of the Galaxy gravity mechanics, of course, do come back in Odyssey. Yeah, one thing I did really love about Odyssey was all the SMB1 style segments that were carved into surfaces like walls. And although there was one thing that I found very weird about that, which is that as somebody who pretty much never plays 2D platformers with the analog stick, in Odyssey, when you get into the SMB1 style sections, that would put me in the awkward position of trying to play a side-scroller with a stick, and so it never quite felt comfortable to play, but it was certainly very pleasant to look at, especially because you would see things like curved surfaces, and, you know, things that would take the SMB1 art style, but mash it up with mechanics from Galaxy. And it's one of those things where, you know, I think it's very easy to come out of Odyssey with a bit of a muted last impression, because the endgame is just not as strong as a lot of other recent Mario games. But when I think back to a lot of specifics about it, I really did have a wonderful time. And there's a lot to look back on. And yeah, I should go back and do some kind of casual playthrough at some point. But one thing that I find really disincentivizes replays, and I know Odyssey doesn't exactly have this problem, but I have generally not been fond of how, starting with some games in Wii U and with most games on the Switch, Nintendo has decided to go the route of having one save file per user profile. Because I don't particularly want to stuff my Switch with a lot of dummy user profiles just for additional saves. But there's a lot of stuff that I would have liked to do with my games that I've kind of been discouraged from doing because of the save situation. You know, like doing, say, runs to Ganon first in Breath of the Wild, for instance. And one second, we're going to acknowledge the raid from Grakowski. Let me just give you a quick shout out. Grakowski, one of our favorite puzzle makers and also a great puzzle streamer on a very regular basis on Monday nights and NA time, who has been doing lots of things like escape rooms lately. So if you have any interest in puzzles in Mario Maker at all, that is an essential follow. So yeah, Grakowski, hope you're doing well. Hope the Redbeard escape room earlier went as well as it could. I tend to tap out a little for those because I do plan to play them myself and I don't want to be too spoiled, but hope you made a meaningful amount of progress on whatever it was you were playing. Okay. And up we go. It was a doozy and you needed a lot of hints, yeah. I mean, if you needed anybody to, you know, look at the Bob Marley catalog or something. That's one thing that's always a little difficult to plan around, I think, when it comes to escape room makers, is how serious they are about requiring some kind of external Google search knowledge or general, you know, cultural or trivial knowledge. Because I find that with Redbeard's levels, he usually has at least one thing like that. At least from the ones that I played. Like, there's usually at least one Google clue, or, you know, trivia knowledge clue. And I find I tend to do fairly well with the word puzzles, though, which shouldn't surprise people. There have been some Redbeard clues that I've solved, not because I actually understood the in-game clue, but because I understood a word puzzle. And it's occasionally satisfying to short-circuit them like that, but I don't expect that method to work forever. Okay, down we go. Yeah. Naturally, the faster I can get my quest to clear Champions Road with everybody done, the faster I can get back to doing puzzle streams in this block as well. But up we go. And yeah, that's the thing. I think we've discussed this before, but it's a very different experience to be playing puzzles on stream when you don't have the luxury of just, you know, taking a pause and suspending for 5 minutes and walking away. Because often, you know, a 5 or 10 minute break can do so much more for you in a puzzle than an hour of staring at it or an hour of poking around. And puzzle streaming really kind of complicates that dynamic. And here we are. Yeah, last time on the dash panel segment I wasn't totally paying attention to my usual pattern and I forgot to cut one of the diagonal corners, which was an essential part of my method. Down we go. And up. Okay. Okay. Fairly stable here, not killing too many of the platforms at once. Yeah, I think having a very deliberate sense of which platform I'm going for is an essential part of doing that. Okay. Whoa, a little off-center there, but thankfully got back on track. And yeah, Meng, thank you for dropping by, and you have a good sleep. And we'll see how many other C words you can think of. I mean, you know, beating Companions Road and solo is something that is leading me to expect more of a contradiction road, if you ask me. But thanks again for coming by, and see you soon. Netcat, letting the bedbugs bite Meng is not going to make Meng's levels any easier for you to clear. Hope you realize that. And on we go. Okay. And forward. Okay, actually remembering to do the diagonals this time. I still need the green star, so I can't cut my way out of that. Nope, stalled a little too early there. Okay. Now I am in massive trouble, but I need to watch my shadow. If I watch my shadow, I may be able to make it out of this. Okay, no.
No.
Panicked a little bit after I missed the coin. Yeah, I mean, I was at a pretty serious disadvantage there already, of course, just being small Mario. And felt like I actually did manage to control my way out of some bad landings for longer than I usually would. So, not the worst attempt. Okay. I was about to say, a lot of this is about watching your shadow, and then right as I was thinking that, I fall into the crack.
Mamma mia. All right.
Okay, back we go.
Let's go.
But yeah, I mean, we're close enough that I think it will happen today. It's just that as I get better at this level, the attempts each take longer, and so... Once again, there is this way in which this level just makes time disappear. You really get into the flow. I do think it is kind of a masterwork of level design. And there was a good discussion about it on the last stream, actually, where Theoremon, who I was talking about earlier, raised a really interesting point, which is that if you think about how Nintendo's multi-part level structure usually has this kind of ending twist to a level's given concept, particularly as you are reaching the goal pole, for instance. It's kind of like Champion's Road consists entirely of those twists. I think it's kind of true of something like Grandmaster Galaxy as well, but I think it's very true of Champion's Road, that it's all mechanics that are familiar from earlier in the game, but just with some additional wrinkle or complication that makes them challenging to string together. Okay. Of course, the dash panels are, I think, a pretty huge difficulty spike. But that's because nothing in the game really teaches you to manage changes in direction on dash panels all that much. Like, there's one really challenging, well, relatively challenging, 99-second dash panel level in the Special Worlds, but you know, that's nothing compared to what you were asked to do here. Oh, a little bit short in that jump. So, and yet, you really feel the impact of taking any kind of hit at all. But in some ways, I think that tuning of having the expectation of, you know, 2 hit points total is part of what makes the compulsion of replaying this level so great, that even if you haven't quite cleared it yet, or even if you're nowhere close to the clear, every time you can hold out as Super Mario a little longer, and you can still feel that as a bit of intermediary form of improvement. That you feel like you're getting better and better if you just hold off on taking damage for longer than you've done before. And it also gives you a benchmark for whether or not you feel like you are on track to get through the level. Now that's kind of true of the sort of imperfect Grandmaster Galaxy as well, where you have multiple hit points to work with. Then that's part of what made it work very well as a bit of a training mode for the real finale in Galaxy 2. Yeah, I still don't know if that's still the best idea camera-wise, to go down towards the bottom diagonal like that. Now that I've collected a green star, I think doing the diagonal skip over to the southernmost coin, as it were, is a much better idea. If I can manage it. I just don't know the timing or the distance yet. But certainly, since I only have to collect the green stars once with one character, if the diagonal method turns out to be something that's a good idea, that's something I'll be considering with all the other characters as well, since the green stars are going to remain collected. Early B-Day brownies taste the best. So, Agent Tortilla, is it early in your birthday, or is it something else that you're referring to, like a brownie day? And okay, here we go. And yeah, Grakowski, like I was saying, I originally cleared this in co-op on Wii U. It took many, many sittings. Particularly because we were doing it, you know, on the standard bank of... With 2 players, it was 10 lives, and with no power-ups. And I seem to remember that the total clock speed of the game and the movement speed of everything involved is actually faster on Switch than it is on Wii U. So this will be my first solo clear, but it will also be, I think, under circumstances that are slightly more challenging. I would say that for most of this game, I didn't really notice the speed increase that much until I got to things like the beat block staircase here, and then it's really noticeable. And here we go. And yeah, Electro-Dude, I'm still kind of scanning around for ideas for concepts as well as artists. I know that you had suggested Shakespeare Mario last time, and that's something I'm strongly considering. I don't know if I'll do it for this emote or for the next slot, though. Because it feels like we definitely need something that's kind of spammable for people to take into other channels with them, which is something that I find is not really catered to in our current selection. But I'll see. I think it will take some thinking. Because ideally I'd like something that's really a good fit for this channel, where it's sort of unmistakable that it's something to do with my content here. And yeah, for those of you who don't know, thanks to the generosity of people who gift subscriptions on this channel, who you can see on the leaderboard above the chat screen if you are on PC, we did finally manage to unlock a new emote slot for the first time since pretty much when I started the stream. And so I am hoping to give you folks something that you can spam on other channels with you, either for GGs or raids or something else. Okay. And you can recommend the artist who drew your emote. Okay. We may have to discuss that after the fact. You see, because Electro, I sort of just halfway expect that by this point you, I don't know the Project Toho development team or something. Toho Project, I should say. Just given what a super fan you are. But yeah, we know a lot of really creative illustrative talent, I think, around this community. It's just finding a good concept and a good aesthetic match. So. So we'll see, but I'm hoping to bring you folks something soon. It would have been nice to have something like a new GG emote ready in time for clearing Champions Road, but we can only wish for so much, and I'm not going to hold off on this on that account. Okay, let's do the diagonal. Okay, not as Mario, I don't. I can make it if I have a more accurate angle. That is something to strongly consider as Luigi, Peach, and Rosalina. I think if you're very precise, you can do it corner to corner there. I don't know if I should risk that a second time as Mario. But it's a very plausible route for the others. And it takes care of the camera issue in terms of wrapping down to the bottom coin. Because, like, dealing with the visibility of the beams going towards the bottom coin is going to be an issue if I ever come towards it from any of the other directions. Okay. And yeah, you wish the drawing artboard was larger. Oh, you mean for the comment art or something else? Oops. Here we go. Salvage that one. Don't forget to dive. Yeah, I've totally forgotten to dive. That's true. Just don't really have muscle memory built up where you... So... tend to be a little risk averse with things like that when you feel unfamiliar. Okay. Alright, down we go. And up we go. Nope, reset. Yeah, the hitboxes there are better than they look, I think. At least as Mario. I remember back when I played this in co-op having trouble as Peach there for some reason, that I was consistently overestimating how high Peach would go off a bounce. Because, you know, Peach just gets to reposition herself horizontally very well, but her height, I think, is actually slightly worse than Mario's. If I remember correctly. And then Toad is going to feel a little bit tight there, I think. As I've been saying. But we'll see. Okay. There we go. No, let's not do it. However, what I can do is wrap around here first while we... Nope, never mind. Yeah, last minute changes of plan, not a good idea. But I really do need to figure out a good method to compensate for camera visibility there. If I can do it all in the same attempt as grabbing the green star, of course, that would be best, but we'll see. That's one nerf that they made across the board in this game, actually, is the way that green stars actually do stay collected between deaths. I believe that was a nerf from the Wii U version, and I don't know if I agree with that. I find that I tend to like it when collectibles cannot be collected by, you know, suiciding yourself into them. And so I've always liked collection systems, like the ones in Rayman Legends or in Celeste, for instance, where you not only have to grab the optional item, but get to safety with it and get to some kind of platform that the game detects as a safety zone. That was actually one of my only issues with the retro DKC games, like how in Tropical Freeze, Tropical Freeze is just about a perfect game, but you can just take a dive to grab things like the puzzle pieces, which, you know, I I think it's just one of the only design things that I disagree with in that game. I think I have precisely 2 issues with Tropical Freeze. That's one, and the other one is the hitboxes on certain bosses. But it is otherwise pretty much a perfect game. Whoa. Alright, let's see this through. And yeah, the Skull Coins in Rayman Legends. And of course with Celeste I'm talking about the red strawberries. Okay. Here we go. And back up. I know that the developers of Celeste have something new that they're announcing in a few weeks. Like there's been an announcement of an announcement, apparently. But anyway. As far as platforming content goes, the Switch is certainly not short on that. Lots of stuff to play. Don't know if any of you folks managed to pick up anything in the indie sales that they've been running since the last Indie World showcase. But oddly enough, there wasn't much on my personal and unmanageable wish list that was actually on sale this time around. But whoops. Yeah, I should have gone left there. Okay. Yeah, I have to remember that when I go corner to corner, I do still need to hang left or right in certain places. Just to make sure I have a nice, generous safety margin. Hey, we're getting back to dash panels pretty consistently, though, which is a good sign for getting clear. Today I have not done better than getting 3 coins. I don't think I've even collected the bottom coin yet. Last time I did. Last time I was just short by the center coin, I think. Okay. Not taking bets on whether I'll clear this first or Mr. Electrodude's subterranean spike wall saving, which I was also 1 jump from clearing this weekend. No, I'm pretty sure this will come first, but in terms of total playtime, I'm not sure how they compare. I'm doing worse here in terms of total playtime than I expected. With a lot of the previous finale levels, like the ones in Galaxy 2, the ones in Odyssey, 3D Land, etc., I think they were consistently kind of 2 to 3 hour affairs for me. Odysseys I think took longer even though it was easier, simply because it was generally longer. This attempt at doing this solo clear with Mario here, I think I've already put in probably about 9 hours on stream. However, if I were just doing this for a clear with any character, then I definitely would have cleared it by now with somebody else, I think, given that, you know, Mario, as I was saying, is the hardest character in several segments. And so I think, you know, if people are just going for a single clear, that there comes a point where they just switch to one of the princesses, probably. Although Luigi's very good here as well. But the princesses, I think, would be particularly good for the beam section here, so for reasons that should be obvious. Okay, cut the corner, hang left, and hang center. A little bit to the right, in fact, because that will allow me to safely beat this beam. Yeah, it's going to be hang left, hang right. Okay, I'm going to mind the camera tug there. I just feel like I have to react chaotically every time I play that segment. Okay. Let's not choke. And let's not die to the thank you message. Yeah, I have to make sure I go the right way in the pipes. And let's not die to the ending screen either. So I now see why it was that I would have died here in co-op, because I would have gotten trapped in the wrong direction on one of the letters, having, some difficult visibility here. And I would have been trapped off camera if one of my co-op partners pulled ahead. So yeah, not going to die in this rainbow segment here. Let's say hello to Plessy. Let's grab some coins. We'll have a faster clear with one of the other characters anyway, so let's grab a stamp and let's not miss the top of the flag. And that is clear 1 out of 5, and unfortunately no custom GG emote ready here for my channel just yet, but at long last we have it. So. Okay. That capture totally missed. That's okay, we have it on video. And yeah, I just sort of decided at the last minute, oh, let's capture the moment, and then we cleared all of the courses playing as Mario. Yes, we did. That gets me a new stamp. Okay. And yeah, Netcat, I do have a Discord. It's rather quiet there, but I do post all of the scheduling information there and announce what I'm doing with the streams ahead of time. And generally kind of a nice place to hang out with all of you folks when I am off stream. So let me just adjust my stream title quickly to reflect the fact that I do finally have 1 out of 5 clears. So let me show you which stamps I am missing. Am I missing the 8-bit Mario? I didn't think so. Let me take a look. Oh, why would I be missing the 8-bit Mario? I've got all of the... Oh, yeah. No, because I didn't grab the bonus room with the final stamp. Yeah, no, I'd forgotten about that because I looked at a tent and thought, oh, you know what, it's probably just a power-up, let's skip it. And I'd forgotten that this is actually one of the final stamps. We can grab that now. Let me think about this. Do we want to grab that now? No, I think we might want to grab that last. Just to be stylish about it and have 8-bit Mario be the final stamp. I mean, you can even see in the course order, right, that the stamp house comes last. On the other hand, you can also see on the course order that Champions Road comes first, so never mind that. That's indicative of nothing whatsoever. Anyway, let's get back in there. Luigi time. Oh, no, wait. Let me back out of this, in fact. Sorry. I just want to check something very quickly. This is going to be inaccurate because of the way I reloaded from the save at the beginning of my second sitting with this. So this is going to be off by about 150, but I wanted to see my death count. Yeah, so that's about 150 under what it should be. So I think I've had about 1,200 deaths so far. I think I doubled my total death count in this entire game. Just running Champions Road, but let's get back in here for more. Okay, Luigi time.
Luigi time. Let's go.
And Luigi's going to start out small, so the first attempt here might be not great, but it'll allow me to test out most of the jump arcs. Let's see how we do. You know, after playing so much as Mario, one thing that's evident to me as well is Luigi's wind-up time on his jump is slightly different. Like, it's not just the height that feels different about him, but the way he takes off in a jump. It might actually be something subtle that's going on with the difference in the rumble response, in fact. That his responsiveness feels different. No, I can just skip step as Luigi, I'm pretty sure. But I need a much better angle for that if I want to do it. That's okay, Luigi should be relatively easy to handle over the beat block staircase. Okay. Now I need to not overshoot here and fall off the platform. Now, in fairness, I didn't overshoot. That was not the problem, apparently. Oh, salvage that. Just barely. Okay. And yeah, Luigi, in general, I think should have an easier time with some of this. Although you'll notice that to kind of keep some of my existing rhythm, I am doing shorter jumps with Luigi in many places, just so I can get nice controlled landings. Maybe that's not the right approach, like I should be taking greater advantage of Luigi's jumping height, just to give myself as much of a landing time as possible. But his jumps feel really comfortable here. It's just that in some places I'm almost concerned that he won't land quickly enough. Yeah, I can totally make that if I want, but... whoops. But I don't know if I should take that risk. We'll see. I think Luigi can totally do the double step. I remember, in fact, doing the double step with him in co-op back when I played on Wii U. And yeah, he can skip quite a few jumps. Like, he can go up the stairs here. So if I were trying to play for time, whoops, let's be a little bit cleaner about that, but... Yeah, you can even do standard jump here instead of long jump. And probably a pretty good jump over here as well. Yeah, this is something that you're not going to do with Toad, for instance. Yeah, I should be doing full jumps here as Luigi, just so I have plenty of time to pull back. Whoops. On the other hand, not like that. I should be running across the diagonal. That's okay. I do expect to take some depths as we just try to get used to his physics here. And we'll see. I'm pretty optimistic about getting at least Luigi clear today. Yeah, still need to get used to some of the new timings that we have with him, but he feels very, very comfortable. Okay. And back we go. Nope. Yeah, there we go. That could have gone badly. Nope. Was hoping to wall jump off of that to save it, but I didn't quite get enough distance to do that. Oops. Yeah, still applying some of my muscle memory from Mario here, but yeah, we'll just skip most of this if I can. And yeah, Chucks should not give me too much trouble, as long as I'm careful about the diagonal movement there. Yeah. I'm just so used to Mario's timings at this point, I don't want to mess too much with the pattern. Partly because I'll need to adjust to the other characters later anyway. Okay. So if I can keep the patterns relatively consistent, but use Luigi's jump height just as an additional safety buffer, I think that's the right idea. Coming out from under that platform was maybe fancier than intended. sometimes the Magic Koopas spawn in a way that has them die to the fire bar. Sometimes they don't. Unless maybe they're dying to their own projectiles or something. And hey, Agent Tortilla, thanks for coming by. Hope you get your own clear together fairly soon, and we'll discuss co-op at some point if you don't. So, thank you once again.
Let's go.
Okay, I'm back in. And alright, forward we go. Really nice to have that one clear as Mario in the bag, just to have it out of the way nice and early. Although having it away nice and early in this stream, even though it took a lot of hours of play to get there, does mean that it, you know, doesn't come with that sense of relief from exhaustion that beating these levels can sometimes give you, because things still feel relatively early and energetic. But sometimes that's the way things go with challenges that take you a couple of different sittings to get away from your own regression. The clear does tend to come when things are bright and optimistic early on and you don't feel like you're backsliding too much. It was like that with World of Warcraft raiding back when I did it like a decade ago, where, you know, you can tell when the clears were going to come just by the early optimism sometimes. People know when it is today. Okay. Okay. That guy here. Lots of room for adjustment with Luigi, so long as I don't fall off. Okay. Lots of room to adjust here as well, but I feel like I should not take too many risks with adjusting pattern, even though some of these jumps definitely look skippable. Should just use Luigi for safety. Now Luigi will be very nice to have here because I can get plenty of clearance between my feet and the swing. Lots of room for movement here as well. Thank you so much for the follow. And okay, this segment is really kind of Luigi. He has a great time there. Now we do have all the green stars, so once again for the dash panel segment I will consider taking the diagonal. But making use of Luigi's jump timings in the early beam segment as we go over the first set of panels is going to perhaps take some adjustment. I don't quite know how he'll do here. And we won't know if my corner cutting method is going to work in quite the same way until we actually do it. Given some of the differences in speed. Oh, whoops. Well, that's what happens when you're tall. And, yeah, Gaspigelt, if that's how you pronounce your name, I never really did the infinite one-up trick or anything here, so I have just been restarting from game over with 5 lives every time. Okay, timing was a little bit off here. And yeah, thank you for your wishes of good luck. And I will be getting to clear as Rosalina eventually. I'm clearing it with all 5 characters right now. We just cleared it with Mario probably within the last 20 minutes. So I'm doing all of the characters in order, and so I'm not just going for one clear, so there's no particular reason why I need to cheese it with Rosalina now. Not even cheese it, but just beat it more easily. Because I have cleared it once already, and we'll be doing it with everybody. But yeah, thank you for your good wishes anyway, and thanks for coming by. Okay. So yeah, dash panel pattern is going to require some adjustment, I think. actually managing to do some shorter hops with Luigi. Very useful there. Yeah, really have to take advantage of his adjustment here. Nice. Very accurate landings on Magikubas. Depth perception can be difficult sometimes in this game, and luckily we managed to get around that. Yeah, this looks like a skippable sequence here, but in terms of taking advantage of Luigi's height, but once again, I would rather stick with my patterns. Okay, this part is very kind to Luigi. Then I have to watch that corner on the water blocks that we saw snipe me last time. And then we'll see. I didn't think that the hitboxes for their Super Mushroom forms would really make that much of a difference, but yeah, maybe it was just my own positioning last time that was at fault when you head past the next moving red block here, which is always going to have a bit of weird timing. And yeah, there's no reason to rush that, actually. I can just hold position behind that red block and still have plenty of time to spare to get around to the top corner before we do the ground pound into the pipe. And okay, here we go once again. Let's work out the timing. Going to do the same corner-to-corner method. And hang left, followed by hang right if I can. Okay. Okay, he's going to take the hit there. That's not a great timing then, perhaps. But he is much more capable of getting some gentle landings there. So yeah, I think I need a better timing to maybe go straight on towards that first coin if I want to do the diagonal method. I do like the diagonal method a lot just because of visibility. But it feels like I'm still working out the timing for that, and that if I want to get that done right, I may have to expend a few attempts to find a way to do it without getting hit. Okay. Nope. Bad stick movement there, triggering the backwards high jump, which I pretty much never want to do intentionally in this level. There isn't really a place for that. At least, not with the patterns that I've been using, so... Yeah, Luigi looks like he could probably just skip over the pipe instead of going through it. I seem to recall I may have done that before, in fact. Not in this run, but back on Wii U. So, where we go? Okay. And up we go. I can probably make that run completely, but whoops. Once again, a bit of a panic twirl there. A non-twirl, rather, I should say. And forward. Okay. Yeah, that was not the best way to go. That could have gone maybe a little more elegantly, but that's okay. Still getting warmed up as Luigi here.
Come on.
Yeah, Luigi does make a very dramatic, tragic exit.
Let's go.
Like he's auditioning for Shakespeare or something.
Yay.
Oops. Whoa. So that was a glance over at chat dev. That's exactly what it was. You'll just have to trust me on this, given that I don't have any webcam running to provide some verification. But yeah, that was a chat death. Yeah, that's not how I should do that diagonal. I should run the diagonal, not jump it. Number 25, Electrodude, I will register that at the end of this attempt. But thank you for the request. We will do that, but let's see if Luigi incurs any tragic deaths first. Yeah, getting a wall jump all the way up there seems to work pretty well. Okay. Stalling on some of these platforms, in fact, works well. Okay, let's pause here for just a moment while I bring up the reading screen, and so just give me 1 moment. Okay, so it looks like it will be a request by Mr. Electrodude for Shakespeare Sonnet number 25. Let those who are in favor with their stars of public honor and proud titles boast, whilst I, whom fortune of such triumph bars, unlooked for joy, in that I honor most. Great princes' favorites their fair leaves spread, but as the marigold at the sun's eye, and in themselves their pride lies buried. For at a frown they in their glory die. The painful warrior, famous for fight, after 1,000 victories once foiled, is from the book of honor razed quite, and all the rest forgot for which he toiled. Then happy I that love and am beloved, where I may not remove nor be removed. Thank you for that, Electrodude. Let's continue. And yeah, definitely once we get a new emote in as well, I really do need to finally refurbish some of my channel point rewards. Just we've had some pretty good suggestions lately. I just haven't implemented them yet. But if I'm also getting an emote together, I can also get some other reward icons sorted out and finally get the channel up to speed. Whoops. That was also a look over at Chat Death. I was wondering what you were saying about having the wrong emote. And, okay, back to this. Anyway, we'll just take that affirmative thumbs up. And run the diagonal here. Yeah, Luigi seems to have a little bit of a different angle there simply because of where he lands relative to Mario. The jumps themselves all feel really comfortable though. Like, look at him just skip over some of these with ease. I mean, failure does happen here, but... Oh, wow, I just didn't even make it over a step. Edging a little too much. Trying to do the lowest of jumps with a high jump character. May not have been the smartest thing to do there, so... That's okay. I feel confident in getting the Luigi clear. I think it will happen. There are so many segments that are simplified by him, including doing the initial skips on the early part that I did not demonstrate here. Okay, going to save that with a wall jump. And up we go. Yeah, that's feeling comfy. Okay. There we are, much better. Yeah, let's not keep the jumps too low as Luigi here. Really do have to take advantage of where he can go, height-wise. Fairly accurate landings on all of the Magic Koopas, actually. Very generous, of course, of the hitboxes to detect those as hits and not collisions. Sideways collisions, rather. Nice of Luigi to stop cleanly in this game as well. He has a way of sliding in Galaxy, if you remember his unique mechanics there. So, and yeah, Gespiegelt, I also hope I win. The sooner I get through this with Luigi, the sooner I can get through it with everybody else. Both princesses and Toad. And here we are. Okay. Okay, up we go. Let's be a little bit cautious here when it comes to Luigi's height. In some ways, this is the most relaxed segment. But that also means that when you take a hit here, the hits tend to be particularly embarrassing and hilarious. Alright, let's clean up the pattern here. I have to take advantage of Luigi's landings. Okay. Yeah, you can really feel his jump height advantage. All over the place here. Yeah, that's not a great way to land there. I don't know if I like that method. I think it has too many issues. Nope. So yeah, I don't know if I'll do the corner method anymore. If I kind of stall a little bit longer to hit a different timing before the corner, then maybe, but I don't know if I should be poking at that through trial and error when it's not going to be useful for, say, Toad's attempt. It might be useful for, you know, Peach and Rosalina, but I think it has too many issues. Oh, dive, yeah. The issue is the beam timing, though. The issue is not actually making that distance. Like, I'm not comfortable enough with the stall on the dive. I also just don't have it in muscle memory, to be honest. No wonder, Electro Dude, you cleared this so much faster if you were just very accustomed to doing the new mid-air dive by that point.
Come on.
I feel like I was using that in Bowser's Fury, in fact. That I did play with the dive a little bit when I was playing Bowser's Fury, despite being rusty with all of the other 3D World mechanics. And in fact, it probably helped that I was rusty with all the other 3D World mechanics, because everything felt like I was relearning it from scratch. And because very often you do have to remember the ways in which your moveset is limited, in much the way that I keep trying to twirl here. And because you can stall in Mario Maker, and also because you can boost in so many of the other games, like in Galaxy and Odyssey and so on. Okay. Up we go. Probably could have made that, but nope. Too late on that jump. Yeah, I should go longer on some of those jumps, or at least commit to a very specific spacing and jump height. I feel like I am occasionally hedging on that a bit, and uncertain about how high to go, and that doesn't tend to work out well. Okay. That's going fine. And Electro Dude, I'll read that in just a moment about the dive when I not at risk of a chat death. Nope. Nope. Yeah, sometimes Luigi's high jump height can be a liability if you'd want to have a very crisp, reliable landing. That's why I've actually always liked Toad in that segment. I say that now, of course, having no idea of how much trouble I have with Toad when I get to him, but his short hops make that back and forth method feel really good. Luigi, I definitely remember can skip some of those jumps though, but I'm just not managing to do it without tripping over some of the corners, so I don't know if I should be trying it. I can dive back if I overshoot a jump, and say if a jump is barely too high, then then you can kind of quicken your landing, right? Yeah, I see what you're getting at. Okay, was salvaged partly. Okay, thank you for the follow. And, whoa, nearly overshot there. Yeah, I think when the Magikoopas die automatically, I was reading that as the Firebar killing them at spawn for some reason, when it's actually Magikoopas projectiles killing themselves. Which has happened sometimes, at least in my run with Mario. Whoa, okay, that was nearly a disaster, but Luigi's jump height saves the day. Okay, up we go. And up here we go. Okay, this segment should not be worrisome as Luigi ever. He's not the easiest time there by far. With Rosalina, when I get there, I have to remember not to spin so close as to kill the piranhas. Because that's actually a bit of a risk with her. But yeah, Luigi has an amazing time there. Okay, I'm thinking that I should not fool around with the corner method this time. And I know that we could just take all of the advice we just received about the dive, but once again, I'm not fluent with it. I don't know, let's see how this goes. Because I feel like if I stalled just a little bit more, then the dive timing, not the dive timing, but the diagonal timing would have been okay. Nope. I was trying to let up on that jump a little too quickly, because I thought timing-wise I needed a faster landing. And I was correct that I needed a faster landing, but I just cut back a little too aggressively. But yeah, the Cappy dives back in Odyssey were very satisfying to pull off. In terms of how rapidly you could just shift direction with them. Yeah, in some ways I kind of do wish that there was more required content that would show off Cappy's moveset in Odyssey, because even just a standard cap jump, like throw to cap, jump on top of the cap, like I don't think the main game ever asked for something so simple as that, and I think most, at least intermediate players, figure that one out. Because it's so much fun. And okay, here we go. But I definitely do want to go back to the All-Stars port of Galaxy, which I have not played yet. I haven't played Galaxy in such a long time that I don't know if I'll stream it, because it might be better to be a game I just sort of poke away at. You know, in sessions that are a little more broken up, but which is what I did with most of 3D World, since I only started streaming with World Crown when it came to this game. But we'll see. Too many ideas for what to stream, and we've been neglecting some of the other regular content like the Maker puzzles lately. Okay, let's do this again. No need to take unnecessary risks. Okay, no need to take any kind of hit here. And we should be back in no time. Okay. Like I said, this segment, it's very tempting to just catch up on reading chat while I'm here and just steal a glance every now and then, but that's exactly how disasters happen. Once again, I know by now to wait for this timing on a red block or sliding underneath. And down we go. K-Pops, welcome. So yeah, K-Pops, hope you're doing well. We did get the Mario clear, as you can see. I'm just going for the Luigi clear now, and hopefully as much else as we can today. Okay, I thought I was going to beat the timing that time by stalling. That was evidently not the case. Nope, thought I could get a jump there, and I was too late. But yeah, there might not be a good safe timing to do that diagonal. And I should stop trying it. I've been trying it every single time, and I mean, it does simplify the bottom coin a lot, but it's not worth it to take a hit to do it, of course. If I don't have a method to do it without taking a hit, I shouldn't be trying that out. At the same time, there's no way to learn that without a little bit of trial and error to find the ideal timing with the jumps I'm getting. Yeah, Luigi, in some ways, I think is actually the easiest character. Which is why I'm fairly confident after having the Mario clear earlier today that the Luigi clear should come quickly. There's a lot of stuff Luigi simplifies. Rosalina simplifies quite a lot as well. Princess Peach, you would think makes certain things much easier, but there are a few places where I think she actually runs into trouble. In ways that people might not expect, especially the more height-based segments like Ant Troopers and Piranha Plants. But otherwise, of course, for things like the beam segment, Peach, you would expect to do very well, since she does have that additional landing adjustment. Oops. Okay, missed. Yeah, no, that's what happens if you miss. Throw off the whole pattern. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a disaster. Alright, that's fine. Let's see how far we can get, just for the sake of practice. And who knows? I mean, a bit of an outside shot at getting clear here, too. But that would require a lot of clean play from here. Okay. Now let's go. Nope. Bit late on a jump off of that falling platform. So that would have been a bit of a bungle regardless of whether or not I had taken a hit off the Fire Brothers much earlier. Okay. Yeah, this is not working. Need a bit more run speed to do that. And I had lost too much momentum. Okay, that's not what I expected. I should have learned by now that I do prefer to run that diagonal. But the spacing there given my landing position was not quite cooperative at times. But yeah, this is what I really enjoy about the difficulty tuning of official Nintendo Mario, is that, you know, there are lots of possibilities for failure here, but there's nothing that feels inflexible. In that everything here lets you really explore your own favorite pocket of timing, and that you have the flexibility to do that, of course, the way that this level accommodates all of the different characters and their physics. And I think that's something that is really important to keep in mind for difficulty design. And difficulty is sort of at its most interesting when the player has the flexibility to respond in a way that makes things easier for themselves one challenge at a time. And the player does need a certain freedom to experiment for that to be the case. I feel like it's very much the case with this level where, you know, for things like the Magic Koopa segment here, for instance, I definitely have a favorite pattern when it comes to the kill order. Because the kill order here gives me a particular spawn order and positioning that I find very familiar. So, okay, forward. Second cycle, and once again, I found that second cycle is much more comfortable here, for instance. Okay. Luigi can probably just do straight wall jumps up here, in fact, but let's not get too crazy with experimentation for segments that should be straightforward. Oh wow, almost slid my way off. Yeah, Luigi by far the best on piranhas. Yeah, back when I cleared this in co-op on Wii U, as I was saying, for the piranha segment, we would always have everybody. Well, I mean, you know, people would bubble out. I was mostly playing a 2-player. We had a few runs as 3 players, but you'd always want one character to carry that segment because it's the least co-op friendly element in the whole thing, and you would have a certain priority for which character you wanted to use in there, and if Luigi were available, Luigi would easily be first pick every time. Okay, let's not do it that way. Oh, I took the hit anyway, so never mind, but anti-clockwise might actually be better camera-wise, but I'm a little bit unfamiliar with it. But it feels like I want to get rid of camera visibility issues on the bottom as soon as I can. That's another segment where, in some ways, I think the zoom out of co-op really alters difficulty. I don't know if it makes it much easier or harder, but definitely, you know, you have that trade-off where, on one hand, when things are really zoomed out, it's harder to see your own position and predict where the camera is going to go. On the other hand, for a segment like that, you want as expansive a view of the layout as possible. So, you really do have to admire all the ways in which this game and the most recent NSMB games before it, NSMB Wii and NSMB U, rather. The console NSMB games, I should say. Like, you should, I think, give a lot of credit to the way they were spaced to accommodate both solo and co-op. That's partly why they cranked up the speed in this game on the Switch version, I think, is that there were people who definitely found that the co-op spacing of 3D World led to the solo mode in the original Wii U version feeling maybe slightly slow, simply because how much open space there was for a solo player to run around. But in terms of the design of the obstacles themselves, the fact that they feel generally very flexible for both solo and co-op play across all the different movesets while remaining challenging is a really sort of interesting trade-off, because to a certain extent you cannot make something like this too tight if you need to accommodate different physics as well as co-op, because, you know, for co-op something like this swimming segment, it actually becomes really hard on that corner in particular that I just turned, in terms of having everybody get up there in time. But you do still need lots of flexibility of spacing all over this level just to make it work conceptually, and the fact that this level is able to do that while not taking away from the overall sense of challenge, I think, is something to be commended. But yeah, this is why this might be my favorite Nintendo level, really. Okay, bad idea. I was hoping to go for the corner by backing up, and because of the camera position, that's actually disastrous. I should not do that. I am still kind of experimenting with that segment, and it takes me a long time to get back there, so
Come on.
I'm probably burning quite a lot of time and a lot of attempts on just trying to attempt new patterns with Luigi
Yeah.
when I get to the dash panels, and I should probably be just sticking to the method that worked with Mario before, only taking advantage of Luigi's jump height to give myself a cleaner landing zone. Because it may be that I'm trying a little too hard to trick that out and find shortcuts that are not really going to be transferable to the other characters anyway, so I think just finding a good, clean pattern on the dash panel segment that will apply to all characters should be maybe a wiser approach. Okay. Okay, bit of a thrill sometimes to get up there with Luigi's jump height. Always have to play a little bit reactively depending on whether I make the jumps as intended. Yeah, trick with the Magic Koopa segment is just to not fly off the stage here with this incredible jump that he has. Sort of interesting that Luigi's whole superpower is really high jumps, and yet Luigi's Mansion is a series in which he doesn't jump. I mean, I guess he's holding the vacuum cleaner the whole time, so... But you would think with powerful legs like these that you'd be able to jump while holding a vacuum cleaner from time to time. Not that Luigi's Mansion needs it, of course. I actually do like the Luigi's Mansion concept as is, where the interactions all tend to be very much based on environmental puzzles, mostly. And here we go. That final block makes you tense every time. The final block... Which final block? I'm not sure which segment you're talking about, so, because there's quite a lot going on here. Okay, getting back here somewhat consistently. Take the diagonal, take the left side, take the right side. Okay, I was a little behind that time. I overcorrected a little bit when doing some of that horizontal movement. Oh yeah, the time blocks on the steps, yep. I mean, they were the biggest roadblock for me for definitely all of my first sitting, even though I have done this before in co-op, and I kind of knew roughly what kind of pattern I was aiming for. Like, I knew that doing the back and forth method was what I preferred. But actually executing it and getting yourself out of trouble if you miss and have to save yourself with a wall jump or something, that's something that takes quite a bit of practice. I'm kind of doing the beat block segment here on autopilot now. Like, I'm comfortable enough with it that even by the end of my last sitting with Mario, I was trying to not think too hard about it and just, you know, make sure I am intuitively comfortable with the rhythms there. But yeah, understanding how to get yourself out of trouble is very important. I feel like that's another thing that is missing sometimes with the design of levels that are meant to be very difficult in Mario Maker, for instance, that if you look at a lot of Nintendo difficulty, very often they give you ways to get into trouble and get yourself back out. That, you know, they often give you some kind of opportunity to desperately save yourself when you miss. And I find that some of the approach to difficulty that we see from designers, not just in Mario Maker, but in platformers in general, that are much more precision-based, don't have quite that same respect for the tension that's created by a margin of error. That's actually kind of an issue I have with Celeste. That's... Like, I think Celeste is probably the finest expression of its own style of platforming, but the issue I have with that style in general is that because it's built around quick death and retry, that it doesn't sort of give you as many situations where you can desperately scramble to save yourself, whereas I feel like those situations happen very often in things like the Donkey Kong Country games, for instance. And yeah, K-pop's the clear pipe kind of disappearing underwater, that threw me off the first time I saw this on Switch. Because I sort of vaguely remembered ground pounding there, and I just couldn't see the pipe my first time there. Because I wasn't looking there in advance. Whoops. Going for that one first needs a clearer plan. I didn't have a clear plan for it. Other than just reversing back out, which... It's actually a surprisingly safe timing to go for the bottom block first to avoid camera issues. But if I want to go bottom first, I need to aim in a very controlled direction when it comes to where I want to go next. Can't really take any half measures in this level when it comes to having a clear plan, even if things don't go according to plan. Yeah. But yeah, definitely the issue with the pipe throws me off. I was wondering if it was just me not paying attention, but... Okay. But yeah, once I got a look at it several times, I realized that the pipe actually does get very much camouflaged by the water block. And yeah, Safety Man, thank you for coming by, and thank you for wishing me luck with the Luigi run. I will definitely see you around. Good luck with all the making. Let's wait for the next round. Just to get it nice, clean timing on everything, without having to behave too impulsively. Not exactly going for speed records here. Okay, too close to the wall with that guy. Up we go. Very comfortable as Luigi. And onward. Well, I mean, we're at 99 coins. So somewhere on this series of attempts we'll have an extra life. Not that it matters at all now, since all of the green stars and the stamp have been collected. So really, the life counter does not matter at all at this stage. But yeah, invisible pipe apparently. It's very well camouflaged. I do need to burst immediately or the timing will not be right for the method that I have. Corner to corner. And yeah, I stalled a little too long last time, but this time the timing is very comfortable. Wow, overshot. Yeah, just don't have a good consistent method for that section yet. Even after clearing it as Mario. That's the trouble with having something like that be the last section, is that you beat it once and you still don't quite feel like you learned it. And here we go. Which is the other objection I have to things that are too heavily checkpointed, that, you know, sometimes if you just blunder through something once and you don't have enough consistency there to do it twice, like you may have beaten it once, but you don't necessarily feel like you understand that well enough to pull it off every time. And so pleasure of a long no checkpoint level like this is that you really do feel yourself gaining a sense of mastery over the segments that you repeat the most. Where the patterns just get better and better. And so it's no surprise, of course, that the very last segment, which you only need to beat once per clear, is one that I still have the most trouble with in terms of understanding the timing. It might be the hardest section of any 3D Mario, maybe, I don't know. Depends on what your feeling is about the leaf-blowing raft or pachinko section in Mario Sunshine, who knows. I never actually did 100% in Mario Sunshine. I haven't played too much of it on the All-Stars port yet. I just kind of played around with it and then decided to wait until they patched in the camera axis inversion, which they finally did, and I'm still not sure how I want to set my inverted controls, because I don't remember the GameCube version enough to recall what was my specific expectation with that, but I do know that when I initially played Sunshine on All-Stars, before they let you swap some of the flood control axes around, I was having a lot of trouble with it, and that was not quite feeling natural. Okay. But yeah, it probably is the hardest section in 3D Mario. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, in terms of total attempts, I haven't really put that many total attempts into this, you have to remember, and so it may be less hard, strictly speaking, than some of the stuff that you do a lot of quick repetitions on. Like, I remember having a really tough time with Cosmic Clones in a Chomp Works back in Galaxy 2, but the thing about Cosmic Clones in a Chomp Works is that it's not very long, and you just go straight back into that task, right? So it doesn't feel like you have to put a lot of time into it, even though it took me a while to work out a really good method to approach it cautiously. Like, in one sense, the dash panel segment feels that hard because it comes late, but on the other one hand, in a level like this one, that one has to come late. Because the dash panels, by their very nature, I think have the biggest potential risk when it comes to the player behaving inconsistently. And, you know, for a level that's this long, you want the early sections to be as rewarding of consistency as possible. So I think this is the hardest level. I think you were correct. But, whoa. That guy used to shoot me in the face all the time in co-op. I had so much trouble with him. Shot me in the face probably more than any other enemy in the game. But so far in my solo runs in Champions Road here on Switch, I've hardly ever gotten hit by him, so that was kind of a throwback to how things used to go. Now I've got you thinking about Sunshine Nightmares, exactly. Okay, up we go. But yeah, out of the finale levels, I think this is definitely toughest by quite a margin. I mean, just from the playtime I've spent on it so far. Between my Mario and Luigi runs on this level so far, I think I've taken longer on Champions Road than I did to do 100% in all of Bowser's Fury. Which is saying something. Oh, whoops. Wow. Terrible ending. And I kind of took my time with Bowser's Fury. Partly because I was so rusty with 3D Mario mechanics. And partly because I naturally tend to explore games like that and poke around and experiment.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident, though, that I'm going to get the Luigi clear today. Whether I get any of the clears beyond that, I don't know yet, but I think the Luigi clear will happen. I'm getting to the dash panel segment often enough that, I mean, I'm losing a lot of those attempts just to a lot of experimentation. But sometimes with segments like that, you just need to roll the dice as often as you can and just get to them often enough that you can properly learn something. And I am getting that in terms of the consistency of the early sections. Okay, we are very comfortable salvage there with that. Cat hunting was also the hardest part of Bowser's Fury for me. That was the last major obstacle. That was by far the most time-consuming thing, in fact. On the way to 100%. But I think that's partly because in Bowser's Fury, it was not clear to me in the cat hunting segments just how large the search space was in terms of how far I should be searching. And I should have kind of realized that it follows the way that the map itself is sort of unlocked in thirds and divided in thirds, but that was not really the thinking I took with me. Also, it wasn't clear until I just tried it out for myself that the cats would board Plessy with you. So I thought initially that the whole point of the challenge was to figure out how to transport cats back to the mother cat, you know, without touching the water, for instance, when really you can just carry them on Plessy whenever you want. So, for me, the difficulty of the cat segment, I think, was just partly a clarity issue in terms of reading the game. I gotta say, though, replaying all of 3D World has really given me the itch to just replay Bowser's Fury. Whoops. Because it's relatively quick and it's doable, but just given how smooth it was to play 3D World with every character and just, you know, take it as something that can be done quickly and can be broken down into very manageable chunks. Like, I wouldn't mind just going through Bowser's Fury again and taking it as the kind of game that you can just sit down and revisit in one sitting, like a lot of classic Mario. Because we don't get, unless you're a speedrunner, we don't get too many games like that these days, where if feels like a very full-sized experience, but at the same time, you can just revisit them sometimes and not feel like it's taking too much of a chunk out of your week. But yeah, really, really enjoyed my time with Bowser's Fury. It took me a moment just to understand what was going on with it structurally in terms of how the zones were being reloaded and how they progressed. But that's just a problem with not paying too much attention initially. Okay, going to get back here as Small Luigi and see what I can do while small. Okay, that's going to feel comfortable. Let's go down. Wow. Luigi's jump working wonders there, but I didn't feel like I had a safe landing that time. Okay. I still don't have a good first choice pattern in that whole segment. I feel like reverting back to my method as Mario might be something I want to consider too carefully. But I don't know if that was a good method as Mario to begin with, though, because there's too many camera issues going towards the south and east coins. Replaying 3D World made you wish Odyssey had a level select? Maybe so. I mean, you know, that's kind of the insight they had going from Galaxy 1 to Galaxy 2, in some ways. But I don't know if much of Odyssey works in terms of single levels anyway, right? Like, it's not like Odyssey is really built on very many single level challenges. In fact, I find that Odyssey just has too few of them. That the segments that were self-contained platforming challenges, especially at the more advanced endgame level, were just much too few in number. I think a lot of them were very conceptually striking, especially the ones that were kind of a mix between 2D and 3D. But there just wasn't enough of that to go around. Like, the quasi 8-bit stuff in Odyssey was great, it's just that there's not much of it. And you have to play it with a stick, which I find weird. Okay. Yeah, the whole slide and backwards jump thing, that was a disaster waiting to happen, so. Yeah, it really felt like the sort of late-game platforming content in Odyssey was something that would maybe fill one world in 3D World, for instance. I do like that there was the boss rush on the dark side, at least. Because I am generally pretty fond of boss rushes. Boss rush with a bonus boss, in fact, with some original content in there. And of course I liked the final level conceptually, even though I thought it was pretty gentle about giving player more health. And yeah, I do understand what you mean, that remembering where to find levels that you want to revisit is... I mean, if you know them by name, you could just use the tourist map that Odyssey gives you, but you aren't necessarily going to remember them by name, right? So. But yeah. Despite getting 100% in Odyssey, back when it came out, and putting in a ridiculous amount of time, mostly because I spent so long in the photo mode, it has kind of receded in memory in a strange way, where I don't actually feel like I know it well, even though I just played so much of it. Probably played it more than any other 3D Mario for sure until I replayed 3D World. Now I think 3D World, between the Wii U and Switch version, definitely takes the cake for playtime, but until then, like, I'd spent so long on Odyssey, and even though a lot of the individual segments are memorable, I think there's a lot about the overall experience that strikes me as a blur. Or at least I don't feel like I know it on a granular level like I do with a lot of classic Mario. Whereas I feel like I know 3D World fairly intimately at this stage, and even found some secrets in the Switch version that I never really hunted for on Wii U. Secrets, shortcuts, etc. Okay, let's see if I can get this done, even though I have taken a hit. Oh no, that's not the direction I wanted to go. That's the thing about the dash panels, is that even just a minor change in where you're pointing your stick can throw you way, way off your intentions. And hey, Yeet Boy, welcome.
Come on.
That you can expect to do one thing, and then if you're just in the middle of turning your stick at the wrong time when you make a jump, you just careen into a totally different place from where you think you're going to go.
Let's go.
Get and yeah, let's move up. Might as well skip some of this if I have the running speed to do so. No, too sharp an angle there when running that diagonal. And Yeet Boy, you're not here yet, as in you're not here at this level, because this is the final level of the game. That's why you would not have seen it yet if you are in the middle of playing 3D World. So, no worries if you need to avert your eyes for spoiler reasons. But yeah, I mean, you have this to look forward to, though, because I do think it's one of the best things Nintendo has made. I do love this level to bits. Which is why I spent so much time going back to it, even after having spent so much time on it back in Wii U and co-op. As, you know, I thought, okay, that took me hours and hours the first time around. And yes, I would in fact like to do it some more. Okay, we barely salvaged that. Took a hit, unfortunately, but yeah, a bit sloppy there relative to how I usually do, but the fact that the attempt is still going is going to be useful. It means I will probably die on the dash panel segment again, but we do eventually need to learn how to do it without taking hits. So, the more practice I get, the better. The point is very much to be practicing the final section. I don't know, I mean, it used to be with 3D Mario releases that you would just expect one per platform. And then Galaxy 2 came along and changed that up. But, you know, 3D Mario has always been one of the biggest event releases on any platform. Oddly enough, I think the release of Sunshine back in the GameCube felt a little bit muted, but that's because it was Sunshine. It was just sort of this offbeat game to begin with. And looked that way. Like, I think it was maybe not even obvious to a lot of players that Sunshine was the new 3D Mario at the time. And the follow-up to 64. Because it was not really marketed as such. But Yeah, I mean, we've been kind of spoiled rotten with 3D Mario on the Switch already, even though most of it was in the form of ports. But just the fact that we've gotten Odyssey and Bowser's Fury is already kind of a bounty. And I do feel like Bowser's Fury's amount of content and size is actually underrated by people. People say, oh, it's only a few hours and it's so short. That's because it's very efficient. Like, it's a game that, you know, doesn't waste its time in saying anything. Yeet Boy, I am only doing this in solo because that is the challenge I had set for myself. I had originally cleared this game in co-op, and so I wanted to clear this with every character solo. So I'm not opening this to online co-op now, but after I get all my Champions Road clears, I have had some people express interest in doing co-op with viewers at some point. So we might do that on a stream eventually, but I'm not doing it in the Champions Road stream today. So, as co-op is a kind of a bit of a different experience. I want to make sure I get the clear with every character solo first, just so I, you know how it feels in terms of this difficulty tuning in this challenge. And Henky Games, welcome. Yeah, good to see a lot of new people here, by the way. I mean, I usually run Super Mario Maker on the stream with a few other things on the side. But it's kind of nice to see that 3D World is drawing some people that I wouldn't ordinarily get in a Maker stream. And Yeet Boy, you have to go at 8:30 Eastern, I see. Yeah, I'll be offline long before that myself. I will not be staying until 8:30 Eastern, by any means. And, yeah, I'm hoping I will definitely get the Luigi clear today, and depending on how much time I have after that, we'll see if I can maybe get a Peach clear, but given my progress with Luigi, who is one of the easier characters, that might be further off than it looks. Okay, that was a disaster. I should have gone for it. So yeah, let's see here. I know. Oh. Yeah, still have to control my diagonals quite a lot better, especially once I get to the dash panel segment. Sort of interesting that the default camera view on this is isometric. I've never bothered to rotate the camera at all in this level because I've wanted 100% consistency, but there are a few segments where the camera is partially rotatable. And here we go. Alright, let's go. Alright, almost off on some of those jumps there, but... And up we go. I know. One of the few times that I've had a collision issue with Magic Koopas while playing as Luigi. Because Luigi usually gets quite a safe landing on them, but that attempt was really kind of rough anyway, so...
Let's go.
Level crown, and the tent for Champions Road is even shaped like a crown. I think it was only with 3D Land that they started using the crown symbol to designate the capstone levels like this. Because it was, of course, Special 8 crown 3D Land. But, okay. Let's see this. And up the steps. Again. Okay, I actually made the full jump this time, which is nice. Don't have to do the panic wall jump like we've been doing on so many occasions lately. Okay, let's just get some nice clear jumps here so I only take down one panel at a time if I can help it. I've been doing too much running and not enough jumping there in the Magic Koopa segment, and I should be thinking a little bit harder about keeping panels alive. Okay. Next. Cycle here. And up we go. Pretty safe. I like how that pattern has been working out. Okay, up we go. And up. Okay, at full health going into dash panels, I hope, assuming that we don't run into any corners by surprise here. Never want to jinx myself too much with things like that, because disasters can and will happen. And down we go. Okay, doing this a risky way. Going directly under that top red block at the first opportunity. Now let's try this again. At full health here, I just need to not fall off, and I do have the buffer of one hit, so let's see if this is the attempt. Probably the cleanest attempt in a while so far, but disasters do happen once we get over here, so... Okay, let's try to do a nice, safe, reliable method this time. Taking advantage of Luigi's landings. Okay, trying to be a little bit too risky with the timing there. And I just fell right off trying to adjust to dodge the beams, so... Yeah, I was trying to be a little bit too gutsy with the coin in the north position. And thinking I could beat the beam timing there. So, it was not quite it, but it was a pretty good run regardless. I'm fairly happy with that one. Like, if we can get everything to do that well leading up to that point, then I should be okay. And I think sticking with the old method in terms of going clockwise, like I did with Mario, will probably be fine at the end. It's just that, you know, it is difficult not to take a hit. But I think maybe the theory behind doing the clockwise method is that, okay, if the camera position is going to cause the most difficulty as I head towards the south position, then I should be going for that last, as with the clockwise pattern, because if I go for it last, that means that my invincibility frames will come nice and late. And if I just survive on the dash panels long enough to go through the center, grab the central coin and head towards the warp block, then the object should be to take a hit as late as possible. And if I don't have a good method to not take a hit, that's okay, as long as the hit itself doesn't come too soon. Oh, nearly bungled that. So yeah, I mean, I think from a sort of theory perspective, if I'm expecting to take a hit anyway, it makes sense to stick with the method that I cleared the level with in the first place. But we'll see if that's true. Because the camera, as you go to the bottom block, is definitely a potential hindrance. Okay, back up we go. And pop this guy. Oh! I didn't expect to actually hit him, that's the issue there. I didn't correct for the fact that it would fall off the platform, because I thought it was going to land beside him and reposition to get a jump coming in from the side, and so That caught me by surprise, and I just didn't adjust in time to stay on the platforms themselves. I should remember that I can, in fact, skip some of these early jumps with Luigi. Okay. Looking pretty smooth here. This is looking okay. I think even getting too accustomed to Luigi's very generous jumps might be a bit of a trap in its own right when I start reverting to doing attempts with other characters that don't give me such a huge margin of error on segments like the beat blocks. Like it's going to get a bit difficult again to readjust. Or I think it's going to be Peach and then Toad if I'm going by character selection order. Anyway, slowly inching closer to getting this, and I'm much more relaxed about this whole affair, given that I've already gotten that one clear with Mario today. And the consistency here is not too bad in terms of being able to get back to dash panels. It's just that, you know, obviously, if you're getting all the way there, you do have a fair bit of time between attempts. And so, feels like I'm not getting to the dash panels all that often, even though I think my percentage of getting there is better than it has ever been, so shouldn't be too down on ourselves here for not getting clear sooner. I'm about an hour and a half now into Luigi attempts. And a lot of that is just from good attempts taking longer, I think. Whoop. That was an emergency. I did make it out. Okay, through we go. Must be slipping a bit too. Fall off in simple passages like what we saw with the swings earlier. Okay, hugging the piranhas a little bit closer, but thankfully not so close as to take damage. So, we're not in bad shape. We're not in bad shape. And definitely can't get complacent here, but I feel like things will come together soon enough. So yeah, let's cut some of the experimentation. Let's go back to the original clockwise pattern. That will be the intent. Whether I can execute on that is a different question, but I feel like I've been losing maybe far too much time to trying new things that I don't actually have a good method for yet. So, okay, once again, even with Luigi's speed here, cutting the corners here works well. As is that swap from left side to right side as we head up that segment. Okay. Yeah, a lot of this is just pulling back in the right direction. Okay. This is going to be a bit of a chaos segment. That was very nearly recovered. Very nearly recovered, considering how badly it went when it was going around the bottom corner. And that's why the camera can be a bit of an issue there, is that if I'm pulling down towards the southernmost coin, there is some chance that I will just miss. But yeah, the whole challenge with the dash panel segment here is that if I'm trying to jump to miss the beams and dodge the beams, then usually I'm kind of pulling the stick back in some other direction to adjust my landing position while watching the shadow. And the issue with that is that by the time I land, I need to be recommitted to my intended direction of travel. And if I'm just a little bit slow with that, then the dash panels send me to somewhere completely unexpected. And again, so it's tricky. But it could be worse. Okay. Okay, nearly let up on that jump a little too soon. I felt like I wasn't going to have enough height to survive. But the important thing is that in the end, I did, in fact, make it. Okay, that was barely salvaged. We won't think too hard about the logic of wall jumping while inside a respawning platform. It's the Mushroom Kingdom. I just expect the physics will sort themselves out in the end. Whoop. Okay, here we go. And up we go. Okay, everything there going fine so far, as it usually does with Luigi. So let's keep pressing. And hope this all works out well in the end. Okay, forward we go. And we'll just wait for this guy. And that's going to move over. We'll plug ourselves in here and we go. Okay. So, actually going to take a crack at the progression block for once. Yeah, maybe I should have worked out some kind of good timing to go diagonal first for the bottom coin. Okay. Missed. Yeah, if I had hit, I feel like that would have been the attempt. That's the risk with doing that one last. It's just that the visibility is not really there. That it is taking me a little bit of guesswork to estimate when I'm going to get on top of that coin. And at least I did generally stay on the dash panels this time, which, you know, as far as getting the landing adjustment to work properly, is a plus. Okay, let's move on. Whoa. Trying to do too short a jump there. That was definitely an unforced error. Okay. Nope. Trying to pull back a little bit too much there because Luigi doesn't actually need a long jump to make that. So. Well, I mean, he needs a long jump to make that if I'm going to play like that, of course. So yeah, no, let's not mess around with this. Let's go back to methods that work. Shouldn't be taking bets on stuff like this, but we've completely solved on so many occasions. Not that the death count matters at this point, but, you know, it's not like we're losing any progress from game over. But still, it's just a matter of time. The more consistent everything is, the more cracks we can take at the final segment. That's pretty much the only way we're going to get that to fall. Whoa. Okay, let's redo this. Yeah, that was barely salvaged from something that went quite badly. Okay, here we are. Okay, I have to control my position well when I get the bounces, so I don't overshoot and fall completely off the platform. And up we go. Duck. Without doing it so early as to get to ground pound. And whoa, that was nearly a miss. And yeah, that was a little bit off my usual pattern. So, bit of a point of tension there, unexpectedly. Let's move up. And see how this will go. Okay. Going to have a little bit of downtime here. Still have to be attentive, of course, but going to be the calm before a storm. So long as we make these corners accurately, of course. Yeah, in terms of the physics in this game, I actually don't know what the differences between the characters are when it comes to swimming, like whether you do see some subtle differences in swim speed, for instance. It's one aspect of the game that I know very little about. Okay. Not that there's a lot of underwater play in 3D World to begin with, but you know, to notice the difference, I think you'd have to be pretty serious about speedrun optimization. Okay, taking a hit much too early this time. And yeah, I was going in the wrong direction out of that coin because I was adjusting, thinking that I would miss the coin. Really hitting the coins accurately is the most difficult thing there. Because if you hit them accurately, you can get reliable jump adjustments out of touching them in the corners. Okay. So we'll just try to get back there as soon as we can. And let's see if that works. Okay. Okay, let's readjust. That looks like it was about to go really badly. Just needed to resynchronize myself with my intended timing. Nope. Bad idea to go that way. Knocked out way too many platforms at once, so. Okay, let's do it again.
Come on.
But yeah, it's not going to take as long as my Mario clear, but at the same time, having done it once with Mario, this sitting, the Luigi clear is definitely trickier than I might have thought, although I think most of the variance is still coming from just the final dash panel segment still feeling like something I haven't mastered. And so that's something that we're only really going to fix with repetition until I get a nice clean attempt that doesn't run up against the beams too early. Okay. Chuck segment can be prone to error from time to time, but I think lately it's been okay for the most part. Okay. This tends to be okay. Okay, let's readjust. Readjust. Here we go. Nope, total miss. Yeah, really tricky segment when it comes to depth perception. Because when the platforms are falling, often that means that you get into situations where you can't really necessarily track your shadow. If, for example, your shadow is over a platform that is beginning to disappear. So if you have a particularly bad sequence, platform drops while hunting the Magic Koopas. If you're not hitting accurately, it's sometimes difficult to get back on track just because you may be positioning yourself blindly in terms of not really having a good eye on your landing location. But that's very much where the whole challenge of that segment is coming from. So, okay, let's see if we can hit accurately this time. Not take down too many platforms while we're on the hunt. Yeah, often I think from dashing around I just take down too many platforms at once, and so the more we avoid that, the easier Magic Koopa segment turns out to be. Nope. Terrible place to take a hit. I really do need that hit point buffer going into the final segment, so we can and must do better. Whoops. What a hard landing when he falls from that height. Even with a bit of a stun at the end. Not many places in the game where you're going to be falling at that distance to see that interaction. Okay. Yeah, most of the big falls that I could think of in 3D World usually come from firing out of pipe cannons and or jumping between separate segments that are ordinarily connected by pipe cannons, but doing everything the daring way instead. But normally you're not going to get huge drops like that and show off that momentary stun when you land on your feet. Same kind of stun that you get when you fire out of a pipe like you do in that segment. Okay, my timing is off this time because I didn't cut both corners. This is going to be a bit of a threat. Oddly enough, it does mean that my timing here is going to be different, but unfortunately didn't control my landing well enough there. Yeah, that was not crisp. Yeah, maybe I take back what I said earlier about the dash panel segment not necessarily being the hardest segment in the 3D Mario game. It may actually be deservedly the capstone here. It is definitely the hardest part of this level. And I feel like Beat Blocked Staircase is second. Even though I have a reliable pattern there now, it's the hardest thing to learn until you get to the dash panels. Okay. Okay, Luigi is just going to skip right over, as he does. Okay. Up we go. No, too soon. Very uncommon way to take a death there. Okay. Let's try it again. Okay. Forward. And back to the block. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the early segments here don't take a lot of thinking. They take some reflexes if I'm a little bit off my preferred pattern, but it's pure accuracy at this point. Nothing really tapping into the strategic part of the brain. Magic Koopas always feel like they require a little bit of improvisation because they just introduce so much uncertainty depending on your direction going into them as well as your bounces. I feel like consistency can still be an issue there simply because depending on how I control my landing, something is going to be a little different every time. I feel like with a big consistency challenge like this that really the name of the game is minimizing variance and just, even if you're not passing something, the most important thing is to find a consistent pattern. The way that we finally sorted that out for the first half of Dash Panels before we get into the key coin collection. In a way I have yet to do with the key coins collection itself. So, lots of work remains to be done here if we do want to grab all 5 clears without feeling like we're just blundering through the key coin section every time. Wow, what was that collision? I didn't feel like I jumped on the second of the Fire Brothers at all. But it did register as a hit, and I will take it. Unless it was just pelted by fire or something. I really didn't think that was a hit on his head, though. That was really something that caught me by surprise. Okay. Up we go. Yeah. Nice and deliberate. So we keep as many platforms alive as I can. I kind of expected that time that the firebar landing was maybe not going to go well. Like, occasionally you're just in midair and you think about where the timings of certain moving parts like the firebars are going, and you realize at that point that there's nothing you can do. Because you've already put yourself in a trap. Okay. All the way up. Yeah, not looking good, given that I can't take a hit anymore. But the more practice I get in delaying the last hit in the Dash Panel segment, the better. It would be nice to finish this level at least once with a character who just does not take a hit at all, but I'm not counting on that. Okay. Well, nothing to do but remember to cut the corners to get my safest pattern out of the first section. Then get back to effectively improvising my way through the key coin segment as somebody who still, after all this time, does not have a consistent approach. Nope. Bad landing there. Felt like I was fairly safe, but I was just a little bit off-center upon landing, and that was enough to send me straight off instead of aiming for that north coin as intended. Okay. Okay, this is a disaster. Lost too much momentum. It's okay. That was not intentional, but given how early I took the hit, I think I actually do appreciate the reset. Oh, wasn't expecting the roll there. This is a slightly different input sequence from what I normally get going into that. Whoa. Yeah, okay. Yeah, minor variations in the intended pattern are enough to wreck everything here. I feel like I should stick with the old pattern even if it is slower, just for safety's sake. Okay. Up we go. Nope. It's alright, we'll get there. With time. Just going to require a little more effort, a little more accuracy. Maybe a bit more risk aversion instead of trying to be too gutsy about everything. And yeah, just being able to make little saves like that on a moment's notice is really the key to these segments early on, at least, where making a save is actually possible. Okay. Always a bit of a thrill going off that top block with that emergency wall jump. Yeah, taking out too many platforms this time. As long as I approach that Magikoopa, that last one from the south, then I don't need to worry about camera positioning and a potential for overshooting as much as I did on some of the worst attempts. Okay, feeling a bit slippery there, but we made it. Okay. Cleaner than before, despite some mishaps early on. Really do need pretty accurate when it comes to directing the stick here, because just minor inaccuracies that give you a diagonal when you want to go orthogonal or vice versa are enough to just end you when it comes to, well, a lot of these segments, but definitely the dash panels in particular. So we'll eventually get there. But it takes some effort. Okay, plenty of flexibility in terms of timing when it comes to the solo run here, so definitely not in a hurry. Out we go. Okay. Pretty comfortable timing this time. Now, this is all going to be accuracy here. Okay, taking that first hit. No. That was all about landing on that jump, and I just couldn't predict it accurately. Because if I'd gotten that landing, that would have been clear. But yeah, that was a little bit chaotic going up to that point anyway, so... could have gone a lot better. Just taking the hit too early there too, I think. If I take the hit slightly later on a beam segment, that is also something that would get me out of trouble. Or at least buffer me from quite so much trouble. It would be nice to eventually, as I said, get that proof of concept of clearing that segment without taking a hit. Not that I ever intend to. But... not that I ever intend to take a hit, rather. Obviously, it would be nice to clear that as cleanly as possible under all circumstances, especially with 3 more clears to go after Luigi is sorted out, as I'm sure he will be. Close enough that I think will happen. On the other hand, I did say that the other day with Mario too before. Things just fell apart for hours. Okay. Here we go. Okay, that was a better wall jumping sequence than I imagined, given that I was a little short of the top after coming out of the last Ant Trooper. Now let's not take any meaningless hits here. Being highly conscious of that possibility sometimes is itself something that will lead to a choke, so don't want to be too tense about it either. Just want to get this on autopilot and hope that it goes as well as usual without falling off the right side of the water block, which I nearly did on this attempt. Okay, let's get around here. And yeah, I'm getting pretty close, Spiegel, to getting Luigi clear. Getting pretty close. Not there yet. A lot of it is an accuracy issue. Yeah, you can see here. Sometimes when I jump off of a dash panel, I'm just facing in the wrong direction due to a minor
Come on.
variation in stick direction. I'm not very good in 3 dimensions generally. Like, I've never really adjusted to analog sticks that well, being somebody who's mainly a 2D and D-pad player.
Let's go.
Especially because there is no octagonal gating on these sticks, the way there was in the GameCube, and I think on the Wii as well. I believe that was already gone by the time we got to the Wii U, though, in terms of, you know, having the octagon that would allow you to point the stick in a very clearly defined direction, so you would know when it's at an exact 45-degree angle. That's something I do miss, because I am somebody who has trouble with pointing analog sticks accurately in the absence of such a crutch. But yeah. Let's get back here. And see what we can do with this. I mean, we're getting to the ending often enough that it's just a matter of accuracy. I don't think it's even a strategic problem anymore with the dash panels. I think doing the circuit the way I did before may not be the best method, but it's the method that I know has a relatively safe series of timings, and so there's no guesswork or experimentation. It's just purely execution. It's almost certainly better to just skip the old green star location and go diagonal for the southernmost coin, but I just don't have the beam timing for that worked out, and I don't know if it's worth it to try to work that out when I'm close enough to clear the old way. I mean, unless you're doing these things for speedrunning, for instance, it's not about finding the optimal method, it's about finding the most comfortable method. And the one that you can pull off most reliably and most automatically. And that's just something we'll have to keep in mind when we get back into dash panels here, because, once again, I will have to do this several times. I feel like I'm a little bit slow going up right side on the water block. And my startup time is a little behind what it used to be, in that Luigi is at risk of falling off the block. It's not feeling quite as crisp as it was previously. Okay, let's cut the corners. Once again. Yeah, I know that first jump is Luigi is going to land squarely there. Actually even going to grab the star, not that we need it anymore. Missing the coins is always a problem because it leads to consistency issues as I try to recover. If I miss the coin, I should actually just go on and try to do the full loop, I think, because trying to reverse direction on the dash panels is a recipe for disaster. Because even just trying to reverse at a perfect 180, so for example, if you're facing southeast, immediately trying to spin to go northwest is not something I can trust myself to do accurately without shooting off into a totally different direction that's kind of half-baked and somewhere in between. And so I think the method there is, if I miss, I just need to try to stay alive and just keep going and do the whole circuit. Go back for it a second time. Yeah, because doing a 180 on a dash panel segment, I think is just not going to happen. Too many complications. Too much chaos. Really do need to just maintain forward momentum. Wow, landed on the falling platform that time. Missed the Magic Koopa that time. That was imperfect, but we salvaged it. Could have gone a lot better. But I made it out unscathed, I'm not going to complain. Okay. The swing right before the fuzzies has been giving me a surprising amount of terror lately. I mean, we've been making it through, but I feel like I'm often at risk of falling off. Just having a couple of accuracy issues. Okay. Yeah, once again, just knowing how to point my sticks. I mean, one doesn't want to be too conscious of what your thumbs are doing, right? When you're playing a game, you do just want as instant a connection between thought and input as possible, and you don't want to be thinking about your thumb positioning unless it is really required for something specific, but we'll just go back and try to make this happen. Okay, barring some kind of disaster on the ground pound here, should be back to the dash panels at full health. Let's make another run for it. Corner to corner. Wow. Thank goodness for Luigi. Anybody else would have failed that jump. I went way too early. Nope, continue to circuit. And yeah, very few games where you do want to pay attention to your hands, unless, of course, you're still learning shell jumps or something and have to remember when to release certain buttons. But yeah, even so, I mean, you want this to be as automatic as possible, for sure. Well, that was looking like a really solid attempt until I missed that coin in the eastern panel, I should say. It was looking really good until then, in fact. Given that I was not taking damage. Okay. Well, the wall jump method isn't the cleanest, but it looks safe, so. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing that makes shell jumps challenging is simply that no other game is going to teach you how to do that. Right? And so you are learning something that's an original technique. And it's like that with, you know, learning things like, say, Metroid speedrunning, for instance, as well. Where developing a muscle memory for new and previously untested tech is what that's all about. But yeah, you don't want to overthink the things that are going well. I mean, if you're consistently making some kind of mistake, then, you know, if you have a consistent input error, then you should be maybe thinking consciously about what you're doing wrong, but if it's going well, no reason to mess with it. I think sometimes, as people who play a lot of games, it's very easy to just sort of underrate how fluent we actually are with controls. Even though I've never been quite that comfortable with 3D. Okay, back to the dash panels with full health once again. I mean, just making more and more attempts in this condition will eventually crack this. So, just need to get those repetitions in. Stay nice and far ahead of the beams here. Okay, this is going to be all accuracy. Nope. Off center there, that's why I took the hit. Nope. Thought I could dodge and back around, but once again, doing a 180 on the dash panels just almost never happens. I just never quite point in the right direction. Because it's the direction you're facing when you land on the dash panels that really matters. So minor fluctuations in timing are often enough to kill you. Like if you are in the middle of swapping directions to do a 180 and then you land before you've completed the motion with the stick, then that's what happens. That was a very accidental ground pound just from squeezing the controller. You started making another Kaizo. Okay, great. We've got an even larger pile to catch up on then. Yeah, I do have to get back to more making. I mean, I had some things in progress, but Champions Road demanded my attention. I was also finally playing a bit of the Last Ninja off stream earlier today as well, since I wanted to cram that in before it expires in less than 24 hours. And yeah, as I often say, usually with the Ninja levels, I just try to find my own route and see if I can get into the top 2% or so. And I actually did manage to do that, to my surprise. I'm nowhere near the record times, but I did manage to get the Ninja down to 59 seconds, and with a route that could be squeezed further if I just played more cleanly, but I find that I don't tend to be very interested in playing that much more cleanly. Like, I like optimizing a path much better than optimizing the inputs, so... But yeah, I did find a good path that uses the subworld in the Ninja level. And I'm aware that the record times don't use the subworld, but I don't have the technique to do that method. Whatever it is they're doing. So I was pretty satisfied to get a passable time and sit on it. So at this point I think I'm done with it, apart from doing some of the hunting for Easter eggs that requires you to not pursue the speed record at all. Yeah, that's a disaster. Depth perception was way off here. Yeah, I don't want to say too much about my next creation yet, but I will say that I had a good concept for it, but it has massive entity budget problems that I have to scale back my intention for quite a bit because I just will not have the entity space to do what I wanted with it. Because it's one of those things where like I needed to spend a lot of entity budget to kind of dejank it and make it more consistent. Like basically that to make it more consistent, I have to add more pieces. And I'm being very vague about this, but if you see what kind of mechanic I'm working on, you would understand why that's the case, that more pieces equals more consistency. But the problem is that it's just extremely budget heavy, and I really wish I had accounted for that when planning it. Yeah, entity limit is just way too tight in Maker 2 to do anything really technically marvelous. Which is funny because, you know, compared to Maker 1, they increased the block limits by so much that you have so much more ground to work with, such that you don't have to fill space with semi-solids now. At least not to the same extent. Wow, I haven't been batted by that in a while. That was a massive slip. But yeah. Now, I had multiple concepts in play, but they had some consistency issues. It's too bad sometimes when you find a really fun concept, but then find that the playability just isn't as crisp as you would like. That, like, it's very nice until you start thinking about the players who are going to die on it for reasons that don't feel like they're in their control. Okay. That's the thing you really have to respect about things like Magnus levels, for instance, that... Whoops. You know, considering how many of them are based on exploiting janky physics interactions in the engine that other people would just never touch. Like, they're shockingly reliable in some ways. That they're very consistent and they're tuned well for people who want to try to speedrun them. I think that's sort of the secret sauce of those levels, is not just that the mechanics are fun, but that there are a lot of inconsistent seeming mechanics that have been made to seem consistent. And you know, I think that's something to strive for often, because at this point a lot of the new technical discoveries that are made in Mario Maker are going to be things that people don't necessarily touch because they seem to be totally out of whack. But there was actually one thing that with the Ninja level that annoyed me a bit from a consistency perspective, which was that a particular on-off switch would be activated, or wouldn't be activated, by a red Mecha Koopa firing a missile within range of that on-off switch, and that it would actually totally affect the path. Like, it would have a dramatic impact on the path. If you were like me and using the subworld method, which the record time players don't actually do. Okay. And yeah, consistency is what allows you to, you know, hone your technique and actually practice things, right? Like, it gives you an incentive to repeat. And I feel like that's something that people have to keep in mind often with things like checkpoint placement. That, like, often the question with where to put the checkpoint isn't what's the hardest thing in the level, but rather what is the thing in the level that has the most consistency trouble. without even wading into the question of whether to place the checkpoint after that or before that. Which I think takes some hard judgment calls unless you're using one of the advanced multi-checkpoint systems. Feels almost sacrilegious to be talking checkpoints while playing Champions Road, but you know, there you go. But yeah. Okay. Makes me very glad in a way that this is an official Nintendo level and not something user designed, where you can imagine that if it didn't have Nintendo's authority behind it, you would just have so many people complaining about, oh, why didn't you put a checkpoint right before the dash panel segment? I mean, the whole point is to get back here consistently, right? So, okay. That's the clear, that's the clear. Okay, let's not die to the pipe. Let's actually point in the right direction as we go through the pipe. That's very important. I pointed in the wrong direction right as I said that and looped around the A, but thankfully no camera issues introduced by co-op partners. So, and the pipes don't seem to spit you out into the middle of nowhere. They just kind of back you in to the letters. So as long as you don't get tugged off camera like you do in co-op, you're actually fine here. Okay, not going to worry too much about the coins. This is going to be clear for 2. I should beat Mario in speed here, but we'll see how we do in score and all the rest. So yeah, that's clear number 2. And grab that Luigi stamp. And I should be able to stay long enough to make a decent attempt at a Peach clear. I believe Peach is next. Okay. And we'll eventually screenshot everything once the stamps are all collected. So, one moment while I just give my hands a break from the controller so I can update the stream title and indicate that I've now completed 2 out of 5 clears. And we'll get right into practicing as Peach. I'm going to actually take a sip of my cold coffee at this point. But also just bask in the glory of the Comet Observatory music, which I found was just a perfect fit for World Crown. Alright, let's get into it. Going to start the first attempt with the next character while small, of course, because that's just how things are going. Haven't been able to make it out without taking a hit just yet, so...
Hello. Let's go.
Okay, let's see how we do as Peach. Yeah, I have to get used to some slower jumps again. After having so much height to work with as Luigi. Yeah. Noticeably slower, in fact. So you have to keep that in mind. The Peach jump adjustment, of course, not helping me very much there. Still find the artwork of Small Peach to be a little bit difficult to get used to. Probably don't need to do the long jump there. Peach float should be able to get me over. But at this point we have so many baked-in methods from the other characters. Also, ground pound high jump would get me over some of this if I don't want to do quite so much dodging. Okay. Once again, doing the Peach jump adjustment there and missing, which... Maybe I'm just expecting a faster landing or something, but...
It's on.
One moment, let me make sure I actually did punch into the stream title. I think I might have... Yeah, I did. It's just not displaying properly on my side. Peach. So yeah, if I can grab Peach's clear, that would be great. If not, we'll get in some practice. Luigi took me slightly over 2 hours, which I would have hoped it would have gone better, but I did squander a lot of attempts on just experimentation. Going directly from Luigi to Peach, you can really feel how slow she is in comparison. I mean, I think she's a little bit slower than Mario to begin with Rosalina being the slowest in terms of how heavy she is when it comes to dashing around. But yeah, going up this way is actually a lot better as Peach. She's just too slow going around the corner. Whoops. And yeah, you can really feel how slow the dash is when attempting to do the corner dash to get over that one diagonal with the Chuck segment. So yeah, just have to, you know, relearn this with every character. Just make all the necessary adjustments. Can't believe I seriously haven't even gotten past Chucks here yet. Yeah, that doesn't feel like the best method from a consistency perspective. No, can't afford to float that long. Due to her slowness, I should actually be going long jumps there. Each float is not going to help me there, unless I just want to sustain myself over each of the platform blinking. But yeah, I don't like that method. I feel like I'll be much too impatient to, whoops, take that. What a snipe from the top of the Fire Brothers. Let's get used to this. It is a huge, huge adjustment, much more than I thought it would be. I knew that Peach would have trouble in some segments, but I was thinking about that mostly in terms of jump height later on, and not so much about the run speed being such a drag. Yeah, I need to find something a little more consistent than that. That's not going to do it, I don't think. So yeah, Peach is going to jump to diagonal. I think it makes sense for her to do it because the wind-up time of the dash just isn't cutting it. No. Long jump is not going to match that timing. I should get onto that platform first. Actually, no. Let's just do it the safe way as Peach. Let's just blink on top of the platform. I think with Peach I do need to adjust to her strengths, and that's going to require me to play more patiently, not less. After 2 clears today, I'm just expecting everything to go so smoothly, and, you know, reality is quite different. Momuga, welcome. So yeah, Momuga, I got 2 clears today. Cleared as Mario and Luigi so far. And so we just started up as Peach, and there's a lot to relearn as Peach that's not working out so far. Her timings are much more different in the early sections than I expected them to be. Yeah, I didn't think she would feel that different, but coming off of Luigi, I think some sections do require a totally different approach. She can be the easiest, but I feel like I'm not playing cautiously enough to take advantage of that. There are some sections where she will be easiest. There are some sections where I feel like Luigi had the best time, though. And I don't expect her to go as well as Luigi. Yeah, no. Nope. She just rounds this bend so slowly that if I don't find a good position to get up there quickly, maybe just from going strictly up the left side, then I just wind up dwelling too long in the segment over there. And the whole trick to that segment is to get past the Fire Brothers as fast as possible, right? So yeah, using the Peach float to get up this way would work if I hit that a bit more accurately, so... Wow. Keep missing. And Yeah, Mamuga is probably no surprise to you at this point who the 5th character is going to be. I think it's very obvious. Like I said, Nintendo spoiled it themselves when they first promoted the game. But, of course, the thing that they don't spoil is how the 5th character plays, because there's a bit of uniqueness to that. I will just casually mention who it is at some point on the stream, I think. We've done so multiple times already for the benefit of people who know this game quite well. I mean, by the time you're finished with this game, most of the time you'll have had her unlocked. Wow, that did not feel like a good method at all. Floating in a very low position with Peach. Over all that. Yeah, don't like some of these timings at all, in fact. Nope. I was hoping to make better use of Peach's float method to just gain as much height there as possible, but I don't think that's working. I just have to completely relearn this. Yeah, and it was a nice surprise, I'm sure, if you didn't know it going in. Certainly wish we had that experience. I mean, I didn't pay much attention to Nintendo's promotion for this game anyway, because they... I mean, I was going to play this, right, so... So I actually don't remember if I was spoiled before launch. I think I was, but I was not spoiled as to when the 5th character was unlocked. It's kind of nice when you see them show up. So yeah, Mamuga, I don't know how far you are in this game yourself. And yeah, I think doing the ground pound boost when we are up on the beat block staircase is probably a good idea, because I do need the extra airtime. I was considering that, but we'll see, because there's enough lag time introduced by the ground pound itself that I need to have a really crisp timing going into it to do it, so. But I feel like ground pounding to go up this initial left side is probably good. It's the most direct method in a segment where being direct is actually a bit of a problem. Okay. And it's going to be just a massive change of pace going to Toad after this. Yeah, with Peach I do need to learn how to let up my jumps more often as well. Okay, that method works actually. Just create some airtime for a wall jump. That actually isn't too bad. Yeah, Peach really does shine in Magic Koopa segment because you have so much of an adjustment to land on them accurately, so you like her quite a lot in that location. And now she's in the clear for a lot of stuff. Oh, a little behind my usual cycle here. Okay. Now, vertical segment here kind of worries me once we get to the piranhas because she doesn't have a lot of height, and I also find it difficult to drop with her. I think I just need to do straight wall jumps. Yeah, because instinctively I try to hold jump going into the high bounce on these guys. And you actually need a much better bounce timing to do that. Because here's the issue, right? Like, usually I hold jump well in advance in order to guarantee that I get a high bounce going on Ant Troopers. You can't do that as Peach. You have to repress jump at the last moment, and so mechanically she feels very different. Same with the Piranha segment here. Yeah, this was why Peach was hard for the Piranha segment. It was not the jump height, it was the fact that holding jump commits to a float. Now, committing to a float isn't a bad thing. I mean, you can just float above the piranha, then hit it on target, but
It's on.
that was definitely throwing me off. So that's probably what I was thinking about when I said that I remembered that Peach does not have the easiest time on certain segments of this level.
Let's go.
Not only with the speed issues at the beginning, but definitely with the vertical climb. That Peach's float is actually a liability in terms of making the bounces much harder to execute. Which I didn't realize going in here, because that's never an issue anywhere else in the game. Like, when playing as Peach, I never encountered that as a limitation with her, because no other level asks for it. Okay, floating past the first segment is fine. Okay. But yeah, playing as Peach definitely makes you realize how many habits you can have of holding jump in locations that allow you to hold jump and take it for granted. And then you play as Peach and you realize that that can be a pretty bad habit sometimes when trying to adjust to her unique movement set. Okay. Let's proceed cautiously here. That could have gone better, but we'll take it. Now, this gave me a little bit of trouble last time when it comes to the segment immediately after this. Again, training myself to do crisp landings as Peach. This requires totally different muscle memory. Same with some of Luigi's landings too, of course. Yeah. Yeah, you see? Just totally missing. Yeah, you see? Yep, too early. No, too late. So yeah, Peach, I think, struggles there. I maybe didn't expect that she would struggle that much there, but she does. I mean, that's partly why we're doing this exercise to begin with, right? In terms of trying to get a solo clear with all five. That I do want to tease out some of these minute interactions that we normally wouldn't think about, and really have a total appreciation of how this level varies with each character. Because back when I was clearing this with in co-op on Wii U, we would just do random selection for the characters every time we hit game over, and so did manage to find a lot of working patterns with each character, but not really a very focused sense of how each of them would play out throughout the entirety of a run. But yeah, now I'm beginning to see that Peach struggles like crazy with the ends. Nope. You know, given that Peach's power is specifically designed to avoid that kind of depth, I wonder what's going on there that I'm dying on a chucks more than usual. Okay. Well, good for that guy to get well out of my way. Yeah, I'm doing some kind of over-adjustment sometimes with Peach when it comes to landing accurately. Nope, I have to remember to stall on the first of the blocks. Yeah, way too accustomed to the pattern that I had with the brothers. So yeah, Peach is clear. I'm beginning to see might actually take me quite a bit longer than I expected. Because there are so many unexpected complications, even though she should have the easiest time with dash panels, which will be significantly better when it comes to shaving off time between now and the clear. Once again, forgot my intended pattern here. There's too much of an adjustment after hours and hours of doing it with Mario and Luigi the other way. So it's okay. Okay. We'll see how far we can get with her. I mean, I haven't really even gotten to the swimming segment with Peach yet, which is really unfortunate. So it feels like I haven't even had a good attempt.
It's on.
Yeah, and then we'll see what the complications are going to be with Toad. I feel like, as I've been saying all along, that
Let's go.
Piranha Creepers are probably going to be the hardest thing as Toad. But we'll see. I'm actually not worried about beat blocks at all with Toad, because I feel like I've got a good set of methods worked out for short jumps. I think Toad might be a bit of a wild ride when it comes to the dash panel segment, though, not only because of his speed, but because you're going to be jumping so low to get around the beams all over the place. And so between that and the speed, like, I feel like maybe the dash panels are going to feel very uncontrolled. At least until you learn them with his physics. Okay. Where'd we go? I mean, after enough attempts as Peach, I'm sure we'll get used to her eventually and just make all these minor corrections to the method that we're already seeing here. Okay. Beat block staircase is not too much of a problem, I think. As long as I have a good plan for when I miss my intended jumps. Okay, depth perception issue there as Small Peach. We could be doing that a lot better. Alright, let's move on and see how we do. Left side. And we'll just go up the steps. Dodge that guy around a wall. Pretty consistent. I don't mind that method. Okay, we need to fix Peach's landings here. With Mario and Luigi, I had gotten accustomed to doing last-minute adjustments to pull back a little bit towards the left in order to make the jumps over the chuck segments consistently. I think as Peach, I have a little bit of difficulty doing that because her float throws off some of my expectations in terms of when I'm allowed to land, and so... Like with Peach, you would think this is easier to adjust for, but it really isn't. Like, look at how often I'm falling into that gap as Peach. Like, something is wrong with the way I understand the adjustment here. And yeah, momentarily saying, I think it's true that a lot of this platforming concept as it originated in 3D Land was kind of built with that assistive 3DS deep depth perception in mind. I feel like the level design in this game works around that pretty well. But yeah, definitely I think the main mechanical challenge of so much of 3D World is just landing accurately. I mean, that's just inherently the nature of this game, but especially because you're often just watching these little blob shadows. And as I was saying earlier in the stream, the thing that makes depth perception particularly challenging with the Magic Koopa segment is that the platforms are falling. So, depending on the platform order as well as where you are in a given time, your shadow might be on top of a platform that's dropping out, right? So, I guess that's just the incentive to keep as many platforms alive as possible. Okay. Yeah, as you can see, just overshooting the Magic Koopa there. And things do not bode well for the ant segment, if I get it there in the first place. This part's not too bad as Peach, as long as I adjust for her jump timings. In fact, Peach feels really safe there. Okay. Yeah, missing once again. Missing once again. I'm just so accustomed to having a really early press. I think I just need to do straight wall jumps up here as Peach. I don't think bouncing on the ants is ever going to work for me here. No. Momentarily sane. So, the thing about the Switch version is that the game speed overall, like the game clock and all the movement and all that, is actually cranked up slightly, from what I understand. I never really noticed it myself, and was unable to really directly verify this until certain segments like the beat blocks in Champions Road, but also with some of the earlier beat block levels. Because, yeah, I also beat it originally in co-op, as I've been saying many times, and solo, of course, is, by its very nature, a different experience, but I think in terms of the overall difficulty of the game, that's...
It's on.
there have been some trade-offs for sure. Now, I know that we were having some kind of dispute about this, like whether the
Let's go.
held item box for the spare power-up is original to the Switch, and I thought it was, because I thought the D-pad functionality that has now been assigned to the item as well as the screenshot button in this game was originally just an alternate movement method. That, like, part of why they had a dash button in this game was that I seem to recall that on Wii U this was actually a D-pad friendly game, even though now it's stick only. Whoops. And yeah, momentarily sane, I think it's quite true. I mean, I don't know what you have in mind as the hardest Mario stuff possible, but if you're somebody who's playing a lot of like ROM hacks or Kaizo Mario levels or so on, it's a very different skill set than the kind of difficulty that is at this level. And yeah, even as somebody who had cleared it before, albeit many years ago and on Wii U speed, it took me a lot longer than I expected to get that first clear as Mario that I finally got today. Time-wise, I did not expect to take that long, for sure. Because, you know, in terms of number of hours, this took me a lot longer than either Grandmaster Galaxy or Long Journey's End or Special 8 Crown on 3DS. Like, it took me quite a lot longer than all of those. But I think this is correctly regarded as the hardest Nintendo 3D level. The hardest 2D one apparently being the Impossible Pack set of 3 that's in NSMB 2, but I haven't actually tried that for myself, so I don't know that for a fact. But yeah, I mean, I've always regarded this as a masterwork of level design. Like, I think this is really a level design masterclass in a box. Champions Road by itself. But yeah, it's kind of like how very often you can see people who are Kaizo experts in Mario Maker still struggle with other kinds of content. Like, a lot of them sometimes are surprisingly bad at things like, well, original platforming gimmicks or puzzle ideas that require them to not read off a script, but really experiment and learn a new mechanic by themselves. That some extremely good and high precision players can sometimes struggle with the sort of learning and problem solving phase of a platformer. But that's what I like about the difficulty in this level much more than, you know, a lot of levels that technically kill you more, is that the kind of difficulty in this level doesn't take away from your sense of player freedom and your ability to devise original tactics. And so the skill set is very much about like understanding first principles and improvising well to get out of trouble and finding ideas for getting through it that match your playstyle. Like, unless you're going for a heavily optimized speedrun route, you actually have so much flexibility all over the place here. Like, there's enough flexibility to feel free, but, you know, without being so loose that it's not difficult, right? Like, people often talk about difficulty in terms of tightness, in terms of not having margins of error, but here, that does not come at the expense of having lots of room to experiment with your own timings. And even just finding ways to get yourself out of trouble, like I've been doing with the wall jumps in the beat block staircase. Nope, missing. Yeah. Sometimes the hitboxes can be quite generous. Sometimes not so much. I felt like with Luigi I had a pretty good time with Magic Koopas. Didn't have too many issues except when I was pointing in the wrong direction and overshooting by bouncing off of them too high. Yeah. As Peach, the trouble spots have been kind of surprising. But yeah, I really don't like the ant bounce method here. I feel like I have to go wall jump. It's going to be slow, though. You have to be so meticulous. And the hitboxes... yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I am gradually inching my way up, so it's not wrong, but... nope. Nope. Disaster. Yeah, huge problem as Peach there. Now, I don't know what about Crash 4 you're talking about momentarily, saying you're not the first person to bring up Crash 4 while I've been playing 3D World's Endgame, because I know that from what somebody else was telling me in a previous stream that Crash 4 has this kind of massive checklist of conditions under which you have to clear everything to go for 100%. But I don't actually know from an interface perspective how that's tracked, so you may have to explain that to me. Oh, in terms of a landing circle. Yeah, I don't know. I think that would be a little bit obnoxious visually. I don't think that would fit the Mario style at all, to be honest. But I mean, I think, you know, just by the very nature of 3D World, that the hitboxes are generally pretty forgiving. But it's stuff like platforming over disappearing areas, like what you have in a Magic Koopa fight, that really push the depth perception to its limits. Okay. But the thing that most Mario games have to compensate for the difficulty of landing in 3D is simply just some kind of jump adjustment power. Which they've had ever since Sunshine. They had it with the Flood Hover, they had it with the Bee-Suit and the Twirl in Galaxy. They obviously have it with Cappy in Odyssey. And the landings in Odyssey feel really crisp. Because you always have Cappy available as an adjustment, right? So this game, they kind of have that with Peach and Rosalina, but as you can see, I'm still running into some trouble as Peach just because of her jump height. I cannot believe I've not even reached the water segment as Peach yet, just because the ant column is just such a massive and unforeseen application. Yeah, I mean, I personally prefer the Galaxy games and 3D World over the kind of open format 64 to Odyssey line, but I mean, I did really love my time with Odyssey, as I was saying at length earlier in the stream, but I do think that some of the late game content, you know, isn't quite deep enough to extract everything I can out of Odyssey's moveset, which is probably why you see people occasionally clamoring for an Odyssey 2. That Galaxy and Galaxy 2 had a very similar relationship, I think, in that Galaxy 2 actually dialed back a surprising number of the gravity mechanics and had a lot more flat platforming. But in doing so, also just had a lot more pure platforming. And you know, it managed to exploit a lot of the inherent platforming mechanics possible in Galaxy's engine in a way that was much more concentrated for experienced platformer players. And I can definitely see Odyssey's mechanics having that same room to develop. Okay. I don't know if I'd necessarily want something like an Odyssey 2 to be the next 3D Mario, but it's kind of funny that despite Peach's ground adjustment, that I'm having a lot more trouble with landing her than with Luigi. Partly because with Luigi and also with Mario, you know, you get to watch their vertical position when you plan their arcs. Like, you have a very consistent sense of when they're going to land and what they're diving towards, because you still see that arc trajectory. With Peach, I find that kind of newbie-friendly float here that was taken from SMP2 isn't helping me as much as I hoped. Here we go. I actually love the camera in the Galaxy games. And the reason is because even though the camera is just back to being controlled by buttons that only give you a few angles like they were in 64, most of the time in Galaxy, the camera just corrects itself in a very satisfying way because all the surfaces are spheroids. I remember noticing that as a really big change coming from Sunshine, because Sunshine would very frequently silhouette you when you have some kind of wall that's between Mario and the player, right? That you would just see Mario appearing in silhouette. And in Sunshine, it happens quite a bit often in a way that actually can be a source of frustration. And so I remember when Galaxy first came out that one of the things I loved about it right away was the fact that if you have these planetoids with curved surfaces and very short horizon lines, that visibility is not a problem because the walls never get in your way. That's the automatic camera gives you all the information you need at any given time, and you can see where you're going. I actually feel like the Galaxy games were where 3D platforming cameras kind of peaked. And I think that's something that will only ever be possible with curved surfaces like you see in the Galaxy sub-series. But anyway, here we go. Yeah, one of the most frequent things that people who have been playing games continuously since the 3D era can kind of lose touch with is how challenging camera sticks can be for new players, period. That's the idea of having something like a right stick camera control is actually, from a lot of playtesting and from a lot of QA, one of the hardest things to grasp as somebody who is new to video games. And is actually kind of a reason why a lot of people dropped off of video games during the transition from 2D to 3D. Obviously, there were a lot of new players who replaced that, but a lot of attrition back in that era and back during that transition. Because 3D camera systems are really not intuitive. Okay. The ant segment is a bit of a nightmare here. Maybe I should be using ground pound. I don't know if ground pound actually will get me on top of the ant troopers there, though. I might have to do it just to try it out. I don't actually know when the ant troopers are on their side whether that straight up kills them or gets to bounce. At least not off the top of my head. I feel like I should know that, but I have my doubts about what I thought was the way they worked. And yeah, momentarily saying I totally get that. That, you know, it's very difficult unless you actually see a beginner play to grasp the things that they have trouble with that we can often take for granted. Like, one of the things that people have a surprising amount of trouble with, for instance, is what we are so accustomed to in Mario games already, where you put your thumb in a position where the tip of the thumb holds dash and the base of the thumb hits jump. If you sort of observe playtesting with people who are very lapsed or very new to video games, they're accustomed to still using their thumb to tap the buttons separately, and so the idea of a running jump is actually surprisingly difficult unless they kind of pick up that method of placing their thumbs accordingly to hit everything at once. Yeah, Electrodude, I hadn't considered that the ants just continuously rotate around. That's... I feel like the ground pound strategy is what I should do as Peach there, because I'm running into a surprisingly huge roadblock. And yeah, it's very true that momentarily saying that even when I switch to non-Mario platformers that do not have a run button, I sometimes have a habit of holding down the run button. It was like that during my run of Ori and the Will of the Wisps, which was what I streamed here back in February. That I would go for long stretches in that game, holding down the run button and then realizing, wait a minute, this game doesn't use one. And okay, here we go. And that's because I'm, you know, playing Mario Maker on such a consistent basis that it is my main game and I'm always switching between it and something else. Oh yeah, we need to clean up the Magic Koopa segment. The Magic Koopa segment has been a mess. My first run here as Peach, I thought everything was just going so swimmingly, and that would be really easy because I have so much latitude to watch her shadow. Okay, good. That's a self-zapped Koopa. Works for me. Not going to go for the fuzzy clear, as usual. Don't really see the point of doing it. Next cycle on a moving platform. And then back to the ants. So yeah, we're going to try the ground pound method this time, just to see how this goes. And yeah, it kills them. It kills one column. But a lot of these keep spawning continuously. Okay, no, now we're back to the part where they don't spawn. Okay. I feel like clearing space with a ground pound actually is the method then. Okay, no, here holding is fine onto the first guy, and then I feel like I never have enough height on the last one though. Maybe I need to wall jump over the last one. Oh, no, I can do it. It's just barely out of reach. I remember when I cleared this in co-op, that's... I did consistently have height trouble with the last Piranha Plant as Peach, but if I'm just relatively cautious with that, I should be fine now. Okay, Peach's swim speed here is still going to be okay. Now let's see if she eases up on the dash panel segment as much as I hope she does. Yeah, momentarily saying I'd never considered that method before, simply because, you know, back on Wii U when I was doing this in co-op, like, you would just use the character who could make that easier, right? And okay. Yeah, I should go for the old method. Trying to do that as Peach is not going to work. Now, I don't know if I just forgot to cut the corners that time or if Peach's speed made too much of a difference, but with the other two characters I was... with Mario and Luigi earlier, rather, I was able to consistently get past the first part of the dash panel segment before the coin collection without taking any damage. And I'd found a very good pattern for that, but I think that pattern might, again, suffer from Peach's slowness. The first time you got here, you were like, what in the hell? Yeah, pretty much. Very chaotic. Especially if you're in co-op and, you know, you'd have to, deal with the camera spreading out as well if people are dashing everywhere. Okay. We can do this. But yeah, not really taking advantage of Peach's power in the final segment yet. And then we'll get back over. Okay. Oh. Salvage that lightly. Yeah. As I've been saying to people who have raised the point about bubbling through certain parts of the level, the one part where I felt I had to do that in co-op was the Piranha Creeper segment. I feel like the Piranha Creeper segment can only be done solo. So back when I did it in co-op, we did always have one person bubble out and one person stay. And I remember thinking back then, like way back in 2014, that I wonder how you're supposed to actually do this in co-op with everybody staying on the map. And I still don't think it's doable. I still think that it's one part of the level that is absolutely not co-op friendly. Okay, disaster. With 4 people, I think it would be interesting. I have played this before with 3. At that point, you actually start to see some of the benefits of people respawning so long as you still have lives in the pool. Because at least you can have enough people bubbling back in tandem that, you know, somebody would keep the run going. But yes, if you look at the spacing of certain places like the water segment, that would be nightmarish. But, you know, this game was designed for co-op, and this level is no exception. Apart from the Piranha Creepers, perhaps. But yeah, with the water segment, I think it's very hard to do it with a bunch of people and not have anybody take a hit somehow. Just as a matter of spacing, because you get so much collision between players that you just can't have everybody turn the corner unless they're really crisp about swimming. And really good about dodging each other, too. Okay. Tons of accuracy issues here. But I made it. Okay. Okay, like that method. It served me very well as a timing. And I like going second cycle here, so... yeah, that's going to be not too bad as Peach. Alright, let's clear some space. Oh, got them both. Got one. Yeah, just minor variations in Z-axis positioning can cause problems. Let's just get around this guy. Alright, I like that method. I like it. It's way, way better, I think, as Peach. Okay, let me position myself to actually get this bounce. Great. Great. Always a bit of a thrill to get on that top Piranha Creeper as Peach. After that incredibly generous margin that we had as Luigi. Yeah, I think Luigi might be by far the easiest on this level, which is maybe not a good sign given that I spent 2 hours getting Luigi's clear. But some of that, again, was just from experimentation, though, so... and I still feel like I'm very far from finding an optimal and consistent method for the coin collection part at the end here. Okay, so Peach is going to be a little bit slow, but let's try to do the corner cutting method with her. And hope that the timing works out. I think last time I probably just forgot to cut corners. Yeah, see? Very clean this time. I'm going to forego the corner jump there and just try to do this with tried and tested methods. Okay, Peach's jump is going to save me like crazy here, except missing the coin in the bottom corner was just a problem. Look, the reward of doing a Champion's Road to 100%, apart from the stamps, is the experience of doing Champion's Road to 100%. I'm completely okay with that. But I'm not a player who's actually motivated by extrinsic rewards, right? Like for me, it's not about the achievement, and it's not about the stamp, it's about the proof that you're able to do it. And, you know, the fact that you get all the stamps isn't really the main reason that I'm trying to do Champion's Road with every character. I'm trying to do Champions Road with every character because I want to finish Champions Road with every character, right? Otherwise, if you just go for stamps, for instance, the optimal thing to do is plug in all your other controllers at the end and have all the remaining characters join the flag. And a lot of people do that, of course. But I find that's generally kind of my attitude to a lot of games as well, that I don't get motivated by things like loot or, you know, extrinsic achievement tracking or filling up meters or anything like that. Like, the task itself has to be something worthwhile. But I mean, that's why, like, Mario games are actually some of my favorite things to do to 100%. Also, 100% in Bowser's Fury is kind of neat in that you get the post-game costume change.
It's on.
And yeah, I think it's kind of perfect that Champions Road is the reward for 100% on absolutely everything else. I feel like this is the perfect way to end the game. I mean, obviously, to keep Odyssey reasonable, I understand why they had Darker Side of the Moon available after only 500 moons, but as I've always said, I felt like, you know, Odyssey was maybe missing some kind of true capstone, like a perfect run equivalent of Darker Side. Or I'm not saying they should have some kind of requirement to grab like 9,999 star bits, which is, I think, one of the requirements to unlock Grandmaster Galaxy. But I'm not saying they should do anything that requires grinding, but like, if it's unreasonable to ask the player to get 100% of all moons in Odyssey to unlock something big, other than the secret Bowser boss fight, of course. Like, the problem isn't actually with the unlock requirement. The problem is that some of those moons should probably just be better, right? Should be less of an obtuse treasure hunt. Not that it was terribly obtuse, but you know what I mean. Whoops. Try to salvage that. Nope, need to pay attention here. Yeah, it's in Dark Side that you have the boss rush, which I really like. I enjoyed the boss rush a lot. Darker Side, of course, is just with the Long Journey's End final level, which is good, but, you know, it's a bit gentle, I think, in some ways. Like, it really likes to toss the player a lot of health, and there are a few sections in Darker Side that really feel like filler sections, like the whole bit with Yoshi running over the plant platform, like the Wooded Kingdom flower platform. Like, there's a lot of stuff like that, and, you know, the whole life replenishment at the Sphinx and so on, that really feels like filler. Whereas in something like Champions Road, you can really feel that every segment counts. And, okay. But of course, that's just, you know, an Odyssey level trying to be more Odyssey style, and so I can accept that, but like I said, I do prefer the more platforming-oriented games to the open ones when it comes to 3D Mario. But yeah, I mean, I think the star bits requirement for Grandmaster Galaxy was definitely a bit excessive, and I'm kind of glad they backed off from stuff like that. But I really do like that in this game, Champions Road is pretty much guaranteed to be the last thing you do, unless for some reason you decide to do it before what is it? Mystery House Marathon or something like that. Or before Toad's level, for that matter. Yeah. Wow. Wow, that was a disaster. I just bounced under the platform. That's never happened before, but first time for every kind of failure on this particular level. That's okay. That attempt felt kind of bad anyway, in terms of already having taken a hit and everything, so. And yeah, momentarily saying if you enjoy platformers and if you enjoy finale levels that are a long, comprehensive review of what you've understood throughout the game. I say this a lot, but I do highly recommend Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair. Because that's one of the only games that's had the same kind of ambition when it comes to making final levels that truly feel, you know, final. Lulz Emissary, we play a lot of Mario Maker on the stream, so trust me when I say that this is not the ultimate masochist level. It's too much fun for that. And actually, even from an official perspective, I don't think there's anything too hurtful about it. I mean, it's a hard level. It's the hardest official one Nintendo has made in 3D, for sure. But it is compulsively playable, I think, for all the right reasons. And so, you know, I mean, I've cleared this thing twice already today, and I'm not sick of it at all. Like, I just am eager every time to get into the next character for the next clear. So. Okay, here we go. And yeah, momentarily saying, I think Impossible Lair is actually on a really steep eShop sale right now. I think it's 75% off in most regions. I think it still is anyway. I know it was part of the big indie sale they were running earlier this month. But yeah, it's basically like a Donkey Kong Country clone in many ways, but with a very interesting structuring idea and a really interesting final level, so. But yeah, no hurry. I mean, it's just a recommendation to keep in the back of your mind. It was actually one of the first things I ever streamed on this channel, and there is still a little bit of 100% content that I want to do in it that I may go back to on stream at some point. Now, do I feel safe? Just... Oh, no, still too many alive. Oh, nope. Should not have felt safe. Okay, I'm totally off angle now. Trying to play a little bit too risky here. Wow. Nope. Probably a bit too impatient now. Yeah, should have just stuck with the ground pound method, I think, and cleared everything. The issue with the ground pound method was that I was a little off-center that time, so I was not able to clear the ant troopers in pairs. And if I don't clear them in pairs, I still have some potential problems going up the column, so... Yeah, I mean, I don't know what kind of reward you have in mind for 100%, because the thing about things like 100% rewards is that they have this paradox to them sometimes, I think, where if it's something like a playable costume or something, for instance, like the invisible costume that's in Super Mario Odyssey. Like, if you've done the game 100% to that point, you still need to find some kind of use for it, right? Other than just fooling around at your own leisure. Yeah. If my meaning is clear about that, that's, you know, sometimes if you 100% a game, then the question is if you unlock some kind of playable content, or some kind of cosmetic content, rather, then when do you have the opportunity to use it? Now, if you're thinking about some kind of external unlock, like, you know, art gallery content or something, that's a little different. Like a little trophy. Yeah. Nope. No. Bad aim coming out of that Koopa once more. Yeah, I feel like for games that have a lot of collection in particular, that the meaning of getting 100% has been seriously diluted by the presence of how much is purchasable with DLC. Doesn't tend to be a problem with Nintendo's games, at least, but you know, if you have other games that have this massive collection cabinet, for instance, but you need to pay real money to totally fill it up, then it makes you wonder why you bother in the first place, right? Like, that isn't really meaningful to me. And that, unfortunately, is the direction that things like World of Warcraft, for instance, went in over a decade ago by now. But just a lot of things, a lot of games that have massive collection systems, I think, have that issue now. Nintendo games, not so much, thankfully, but even so. I mean, even Nintendo's games, actually, you have this issue where, you know, I never felt like I really did a true 100% in NSMB 2, for instance, because I never got the Impossible Pack, but to do that, I would have to buy the Impossible Pack. And that's just the way it is these days, unfortunately. No, I don't have any doubts about why I try to 100% these games. I 100% these games for the pleasure of doing so. And because it feels like a meaningful skill-based accomplishment, right? Like, it's not a grind accomplishment. You either do it or you don't. You develop the skills and the methods to do it, or you don't. And there's a kind of purity to it where, you know, there's no amount of grind-based progression that's going to help you here if you just don't fundamentally learn how to play the level. And yeah, I was thinking about the Golden Poo as well in Breath of the Wild. I did not go for all 900 Koroks. So here's the thing about my time in Breath of the Wild, is that I was very strict when it first came out about not looking up any spoilers whatsoever. So I went into the game with zero idea of how many Korok seeds there actually were. And when you do the game like that, you know, you start collecting up to, say, 100 or so, and you think to yourself, oh, this is getting to be a pretty huge number, and you have no idea how far off you actually are. Also because, and I think I finished my, or rather I put away my file with something like maybe 500 or 600 Korok seeds. But there was a time, I remember, when I still thought that, like, oh my goodness, are there going to be 200 of these things, for instance. Thank you for the follow. And the other thing was that because I was doing a totally non-spoiled run of Breath of the Wild, that for the longest time I actually didn't know what Korok seeds were for. Like, I had well over 100 of them before I ever expanded my inventory, because my pathway of exploration through the game was such that I never actually saw Hestu for the first time to expand my inventory until extremely late. It was actually one of the last major locations I visited on the map. But yeah, it is a game where, you know, the point is to go until you're satisfied. I think Breath of the Wild is set up in such a way that, like, if you want to do 100% for its own sake, be my guest, but I feel like it's meaningful enough to have done 100% on things like shrines and heart pieces. And, well, I mean, I guess hearts are connected to shrines, but you know what I mean. That it's meaningful enough to have done 100% on shrines and such. You don't also need to grab all of the mini-boss kill medals and all 900 Korok seeds if you don't wish to. It's meant to be a flexible game just because of its sheer scale. And yeah, momentarily saying I know what you mean about the open format. Particularly because it matches my personal playstyle. I mean, my personal playstyle is that I'm really bad at following instructions in video games. Like, you give me a waypoint and you pretty much guarantee that that's the last thing I try to do. And I'll try to poke at every wall and every location on a map and just do absolutely everything to avoid the main quest, right? And so Breath of the Wild just doesn't have that problem because it just expects you to do that. And says, okay, you want to do things that are not the main quest? Okay, go ahead and play the whole game. And that's what I did, right? Like, first thing the Great Plateau tells you, if you're the kind of player who wants tutorials or whatever, is, oh, head over to Kakariko Village and talk to Impa. I talked to Impa at, I think, about the 180-hour mark, after completing all 4 of the Divine Beasts, before ever receiving the instruction to do so in the first place. And the game responds to that, right? Like, the game actually plays ball with that if you choose to do that. And I respect that very, very much. Thank you so much for the follow. So, people who are new here, I am mostly a Mario Maker streamer, but I have been running Champions Road during my midweek streams lately, until we get clears with all 5 characters, and it's very nice to see some new faces around here, new names at least, drop by from time to time, so. And yeah, momentarily saying, I'm glad we shared the same kind of attitude to main quest. Oh, hey, I actually got the ant bounces that time, and I think the wall slide was the thing that was doing the trick. It's the first time I've ever done those ants by bouncing with Peach. I'm not even totally conscious of how I managed that, but I should obviously do it if I can. I think the wall slide was what was helping there. Anyway. These awful hitboxes on the creepers when it comes to Peach. She just doesn't gain enough height. I mean, the hitboxes on the creepers aren't exactly the blame, it's just that Peach's jump height does not really do the work there. Like, I always feel like I'm in danger of hitting the last one. And yeah, Electrodude, it's funny because I'm pretty sure somebody said the exact same thing to me about creepers in a Mario Maker context not long ago. It was probably somebody like Meg. Or maybe it was with some different element entirely, like snowballs or something else that was round. But yeah. Creepers, I'm having a little bit of trouble with the positioning. I'm still kind of shocked that I managed to get the bounce method on the Ant Troopers that time, but... okay. And yeah, momentarily saying that to get back to the sort of habit of playing games as non-linearly as possible and defying instructions. So I really do love Wind Waker as a game, hence why my follow notifications and subscription notifications are all from Wind Waker, but I was always really disappointed that you couldn't do things like doing Earth and Wind Temple out of order, for instance. Or that the map early on would put up some invisible walls for you and force you to turn back if you were still very early in the main quest. And so, you know, back when I played Wind Waker, I always just kind of wished that you would have a game that was truly open in terms of not restricting me whatsoever when I wanted to. Just go my own way, and then Breath of the Wild comes along and completely fulfills that ambition. And okay, this needs to tuck in a little bit more, I think. Nope. Oh, all that work and just to take damage at the end. Wow. That was a bit of a thrill. No. I'm kind of tempted as Peach just to do wall jumps there. If I can go Creeper, wall jump, float, and still have the float active. I don't know if I do. I feel like I'm not totally certain of some of Peach's logic here when it comes to how to float resets. Because it's just never relevant in any other level in the game. But yeah, unexpectedly having tons of trouble with sections that both Mario and Luigi cleared with ease. Luigi especially. I mean, Luigi just has the time of his life with the vertical climb. Yeah. In Ocarina of Time, you usually do the Water Temple first for big runs for it. Interesting. Yeah, I really appreciated that openness about A Link Between Worlds as well. But I remember thinking way back in 2003 that... I mean, I played Wind Waker shortly before I played Knights of the Old Republic. Now, Wind Waker is actually one of my favorite games of all time in that... And not even necessarily for sort of objective design reasons, but because it is one of the games that really brought me back to Nintendo. And got me hooked on Nintendo again ever since, after having lapsed. But I remember, you know, from playing Wind Waker and Knights of the Old Republic in close proximity, that Knights of the Old Republic, of course, one of the best things that it does is that it allows you to do the planets in any order, and the interactions you see in the game with the other characters changes depending on your order. That the game is very responsive to how you choose to approach each of the major planets in the middle section. And I remember thinking that when playing that this is exactly what I want from Zelda, is that, like, I want some way to do dungeons in any order that would kind of be responsive to how you would have a different item progression depending on how you do it. Now, Breath of the Wild is almost there. The difference being that with Breath of the Wild, that, yeah, you can do the Divine Beasts in any order, but that's because they're totally independent of each other. That just... I guess you get your champion powers, but apart from the champion powers, you know, there's nothing you get from one Divine Beast that would radically alter the strategies that are available in one of the other ones, for instance. And I felt like that's maybe the one way in which the ambition has not quite been fulfilled just yet. Wow! Once again, bouncing right into that platform. And yeah, Lecture Dude, enjoy your lecture. And thank you for the lurk. I don't know if I will be live in an hour. I don't know if I will get the clear as Peach today. I'm quite satisfied to have gotten the Mario and Luigi clears earlier in the stream. I will be returning to 3D World until we get all 5 clears, but today may be a bit of a practice day as Peach as I figure out what the hard segments with her are going to be. A lot of the problem here being that I just have not been able to get back to the dash panels as consistently as I did with either Mario or Luigi. Where those clears went quickly today because I was getting back to the dash panels most of the time. And with Peach, that has not at all been the case. I think I've actually been kind of surprised by how hard I've found Peach here. I think I was expecting her float to be much more of a crutch, but... yeah, I knew she would have trouble with some segments. I'm just surprised by the amount of trouble. Like, I always knew the vertical climb would be a risk with her, but... there's a lot of stuff that she actually struggles with. Okay. Here we are. Taking damage this early is not auspicious. We'll have to figure out how that goes. Okay, back here. Wow, okay. Bad landing that time. I just didn't let up on it properly. Okay. So yeah, going to be very interesting to see Breath of the Wild 2, and you know, it's going to change a lot of things I expect, but I hope the fundamental commitment to non-linearity remains intact. Anyway, where did we go? Oh no, I completely agree with the weapon durability. I think, given the open format of the game, it makes sense. So, yeah, back in, I think it was, I want to say December, but it might have been earlier than that, I was playing a bit of a demo for Immortals Phoenix Rising, which is the Ubisoft game with, you know, cartoon Greek mythology that some people were saying was kind of inspired by Breath of the Wild, and I did not get along with it at all, just from the demo. And it's funny because it's like it was designed by and for people who really don't like Breath of the Wild. In that, you know, it's designed for the kind of people who complain about weapon durability and complain about a lot of other things like the pacing of the map, the level of guidance, and so on. And while having a lot of mechanics that are similar enough that you can see why people think it's a bit of a rip-off game, but you might get the impression from it being described as a Breath of the Wild ripoff that it's going to appeal to the same players, and it really does not at all. Like, you'll have a certain segment of players who will actually say, oh, you know, I actually enjoy Immortals Phoenix Rising a lot more than Breath of the Wild, but they're the kind of people who probably hated Breath of the Wild to begin with in the first place because of things like weapon durability, without actually understanding why those citizens are in place and what they do for the overall structuring idea of the game. So, I tend to be a bit of a pack rat when it comes to games, for sure, and I think the pack rat style runs into issues with just filling up your inventory with weapons that you never want to use. Oddly enough, the game that mentally prepared me for that about Breath of the Wild was Paper Mario Color Splash on the Wii U, because Paper Mario Color Splash has this card battle system where if you're a pack rat and you just always use your weakest attacks first, and your inventory completely fills up and you have to discard cards from your hand all the time and such, you're never going to have any fun. And I realized that halfway through, and I found that the point of playing that game was actually to just dump your powerful stuff all at once and just try to get one-turn kills and, you know, just try to feel overpowered at all times, because you'll just never be short on powerful weapons to break. And so I found that playing Color Splash first, a couple months before I got to Breath of the Wild, was actually excellent mental preparation for the weapon durability system. Okay, I had to get the Peach Floats to get out of there because I missed one of my corner jumps that time and didn't quite have my intended pattern. Now Peach can afford to play cautiously. Nope. Once again, if you land with your sticks just pointing slightly the wrong way, that happens. And that was very nearly a clear, I felt. Very, very nearly a clear. And it's that kind of attempt that makes me feel like Peach's clear is within reach, as long as I'm cautious about stuff like clearing the ants out of the wall jump column. And patient enough to do things the safe but long-winded way. And yeah, let's see here. I'll catch up on the messages in chat in just a moment. I have to concentrate on this. But yeah, I think you're quite right. Psychologically speaking, that's... You know, people do have a bit of a pack rat habit. And it goes all the way back to a lot of the earliest RPGs. But, you know, you think back to the way that most people would have played classic Final Fantasy, for instance, and when would they actually have used consumable attack items, for instance? Like, how often do you see somebody actually pop off a bottle rocket in Earthbound, for instance, and use consumable attacks? Like, I think when they're made into something that is special, as like a special Uber attack that you loot, you feel like you're always saving it for the right circumstance, right? Whereas with something like Breath of the Wild, the right circumstance is just to do everything smoother. Like, you don't tell yourself, okay, I am going to use a butter knife for my steak rather than a steak knife because I want my knife to remain sharp in case it is needed for something that's truly tough, right? Like, you don't do that in real life. You kind of understand that the purpose of having the steak knife is to cut through your steak, and it's sort of interesting that when it comes to in-game loot, that we don't necessarily think that way. And yeah, we got to Luigi Winnow quite a while ago, actually. Okay, I did have the height there. I didn't feel confident. Okay, there we go. Felt a little unsafe there, but I made it. Okay, as long as we don't have some really bad landings on the dash panels like I did in the last attempt, Peach's clear should not be too hard. Her adjustment is really, really good for the beam segment at the very end. Really, really good, in fact. I just had one bad dash panel landing where taking damage would actually have been better than the way I wound up doing it. But yeah. So yeah, this was definitely kind of a learning experience with Peach, that she would have that much trouble with the vertical climb. But these are just the nuances of the level that I wanted to tease out anyway, so Okay, come on. No excuse for that. No excuse for that. See, now after that steak analogy, I have a craving for steak. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the dash panel segment is that if I'm just a little bit slow on my stick, if I land on the dash panels while I'm sort of in the middle of doing some kind of intended motion with the stick, then things go completely haywire. And that's mostly what's been killing me when I seem to shoot off in a totally unexpected direction. Cannot believe I blew the last attempt in that spectacular fashion after having worked so hard to get there cleanly. That was just an awful way to go. Didn't really even get to test my mettle against the part I was looking forward to. Okay. Wow, okay. Some threatening looking landings there, but I did make it. Oh, it does happen, which is why consistency levels like this exist. It's precisely to get you to toss out the junk attempts along the way. And that's the magic of a level like this, is that it is designed to be mastered. And you really do come out of it at the end with the feeling of having understood it. Although, maybe with my early clears of the dash panel segment, I didn't actually feel like I understood that, but okay. Still not really getting the double kill. I have to watch my positioning over the footprints. Okay, I am going to take my time. I'm not going to beat Luigi's time for this, but Luigi had, what, 200 seconds remaining? Okay, there we go. Okay, this is a bit of a thrill. Okay, just barely. I was really uncertain about that last one. I didn't know if I was going to make it, but we are back. And so... okay, let's try to avoid spectacular misses this time when we get into the next segment. And... almost there. No, let's not miss the ground pound. Wow. That had actually happened once before in one of my earlier sittings as Mario. I did not take damage that time either, but it's still a bit of a concern every time it happens. And that is something that you just expect to work reliably every time, and just once it doesn't. And things get a little bit weird. Okay, that's going to be a hit. I knew that going into that landing. Nope, I thought I could get the jump there, and I was too late. I also want Pikmin 4. I think the next barrier for Pikmin to break down is the fact that every Pikmin game so far has had the world segmented off into these discrete zones that open up as you go, that you find a key item and you open up the zone. I think the sort of ideal that I have for a Pikmin game is something that finally breaks down a zone barrier and has a truly interconnected world. Especially one where you can kind of, claim territory as you go by opening up more safe landing locations for your Pikmin onions and so on. Like, I feel like that's the kind of thing that Pikmin should strive towards, is to have less of that zone progression be locked off in big chunks at a time. And like Pikmin 3 already moved quite a bit towards having that sort of Metroid-style lock and key structure in its map, and okay, that was terrible. Yeah, thank you for the good wishes, Defu. We did get 2 clears earlier today, one with Mario and one with Luigi. I've been very close to a Peach clear. I don't know if I'll get it on the stream, but it will not be for lack of trying. I want Pikmin 2 and Pikmin 3 to have a baby, yeah. I'm glad they finally put the Piclopedia back in Pikmin 3, although I did not pick up the deluxe version on Switch. But I'm glad Piclopedia came back, because that felt missing. But yeah, I definitely liked the some of the tighter resource management elements of 2 when it came to the dungeon crawling. And when it came to really strategically allocating your Pikmin types that you would bring with you. Okay. Okay, everything fine here. And let's push forward. But yeah, there's a lot that Pikmin can do as a series. You know, conceptually I really liked the idea of a Pikmin 2D puzzle platformer, which is what they tried to do with the spin-off game on 3DS, Hey Pikmin. But I remember playing the demo for that, and it just ran terribly on my old 3DS, and as in non-new 3DS. And also that, you know, I don't think the design, from what I saw, really quite lived up to the promise of its concept. I really think that's something that deserves a second crack at some point. Like the idea of a something like a Pikmin side-scroller. But here we go. But yeah, in terms of a proper Pikmin game, that's something that I think is well overdue. We're almost getting into the territory of the wait between Pikmin 2 and 3 at this point, which was about 9 years. And then at this point it's been 8 years since Pikmin 3, almost. Let's not miss the ground pound. Oh, so you actually did play Hey Pikmin. Yeah, I was thinking, you know, when I actually played the demo that, okay, this is not quite what I hoped it would be. But, I was really looking forward to something with that concept, which is why that was especially disappointing. Okay, was not expecting to take the hit here, so that's why the adjustment was totally off in the corner. So yeah, just being Peach isn't going to save you if your landing direction on the dash panels doesn't come together. Because Peach, of course, allows you to adjust quite a bit while you're in the air, but you need to point in the right direction before you land, and sometimes I'm doing that a little bit too slowly because I'm still flying Peach in one direction. And you know, if I'm thinking about floating her in one direction but then landing in another, the timing window is actually very, very crisp. And it doesn't help that I'm just missing the coins from time to time. I really do need to hit the coins. And At least I'm getting back there, because Defu, like, the thing that I wasn't expecting with Peach was how hard I would be blocked by the Ant Trooper and Piranha Creeper segment. Because those were not a concern at all with Mario and Luigi. And with Mario and Luigi, I was getting back to the dash panels pretty consistently. And so Peach has just had very few attempts in that section so far. Definitely just need to get back there and clean it up. Okay, I like that wall jump method. Not elegant looking, but it is safe. And that's the thing that matters. Wow, took down 4 platforms at once when I took out the second Magic Koopa. Just from landing on the corner. Okay, down we go. And forward. Okay, a little bit off my usual pattern, but as Peach, that was safe. But yeah, the issue with Peach is that she does not high bounce gracefully off these guys. And so this is one section where she is not easy mode. Not by a long shot. Yeah, let's just clear off as much as I can. Let's not bounce into the bottom of the red blocks like I did earlier. That was really a horrible way to go, and I did it twice. Okay, made it. Definitely a bit of tension getting into the last creeper there. I really didn't think I'd have enough height. But oh, no. Okay, that was a look over at chat death. I got complacent. I thought, okay, perfect. This is a relaxing moment. I totally trust my placement here. Let's look over at chat to see what you said about Peach's float. And, well, that's how we take hits like that. And, okay. I feel like that threw me completely off my game here. Let's, that's very much my own fault. I had not had any trouble on that segment as Peach so far, so that was really just not being attentive. Gotta stay relatively focused with stuff like this. Which, after a lot of repetition, is just easy to get complacent and, you know, think that the easy segments are always going to be easy. Yeah, momentarily sane. When it comes to picking up the bottom coins early to make the camera position easier, that's something I had considered very carefully while I was doing Luigi's run. The reason I didn't was because I didn't have a good beam timing on it. So the reason I'm still doing the coin pattern the long way is because, you know, it's not the safest way to do it. But I'm not at least doing any trial and error to get a timing straight for the beams. Now, as Peach, of course, is probably much less of an issue just because she gets to correct her landing. But that's the reason I haven't been trying it. I've been aware of that possibility ever since I collected the green stars. But it was just not working out for me at all as Luigi, and was just burning a ton of attempts, so I decided not to go with it. Maybe I should have given it some fresh consideration as Peach, but at this point I'm just so glad to be able to get back to the dash panels as Peach that I don't really want to fool around too much with new methods, even though in theory that sounds a lot better. So, yeah, I'm really only just ignoring it because it was a disaster with Luigi. Because I would just get hit by a beam on top of that bottom coin every time with the pattern that I was going with. The timing just wasn't working out. Okay. Nope. Okay. Alright, moment of truth once again. There we go, yeah. If I'm dead center over the first piranha, that gives me enough height for the rest. When I was bouncing too low off the first piranha, then eventually I just lose enough height in increments that I can't get over the last one. But I just need to be accurate with the bottommost piranha, and everything else comes into place pretty well. Okay, let's concentrate here, and let's not take a chant death. I can take a chant death once I'm over at the clear pipe, perhaps. Then... yeah. Okay, looking good. I mean, I don't feel as comfortable with the Piranha Creepers as that probably looks after having done it successfully a few times. Like, I am still a bit uncertain about it every time, but... no, too much airtime as Peach there. Too much airtime. Okay. Saved by the Peach adjustment once again. That's the clear, or it will be as soon as I survive this. Well, thank all of you for sticking with me through this part of the adventure so far. I've been on stream for long enough that I do not think I will attempt the Toad and Rosalina clears today. That will be the next time I run this stream, though. We'll do that. But let's not speak too soon. I need to not die in this segment. Peach is not going to get any kind of record, so... given how slow some of my timings were, so let's just chill here, enjoy our time, grab the flag. Dying here would be a bit impressive. You see, momentarily saying, I was commenting on this earlier, but I actually did die on the thank you screen when I played 3D Land Special 8 Crown the first time. And even when I cleared it, I kept doing the thank you screen the hard way by trying to jump over all the thank you moving letters and such without realizing that there was an easy way to do it by riding a platform. And when I cleared this in co-op on Wii U, I'm pretty sure I actually died in the thank you pipes because I turned the wrong direction somewhere and I got scrolled off camera. So, yeah, not a good time to be complacent if you're very close to the finish and just at the end segment before the flag, because the way I play, things can and will happen. Nevertheless, we made excellent progress here today. Managed to get 3 clears as Mario, Luigi, and Peach, and we're in good shape to make a decent run of attempts with Toad and Rosalina the next time we return to this game. So, I don't know exactly when I'll do that this week. I usually stream again on a Thursday to Friday overnight. I might do it tomorrow if I have time. But I'll post about it on the Discord. And meanwhile, here's the provisional schedule. We'll probably be back on a regular schedule otherwise, with both the Scrabble Club stream as well as Mario Maker viewer levels when we get back into the weekend. But yeah, next stream outside of that regular stuff, though, will be even more 3D World as we try to close it out and possibly even remember to grab the last 8-bit stamp over here. In the meantime, Reeboks, yeah, we just got 3 out of 5 clears, and so I am about to finish. So glad to see you around here, Reeboks. I understand you've actually been running some of the extra hard mods of this game, like the Floor is Lava mods, or something like that. So good luck with that on your side. In the meantime, I will be scanning around for somebody to raid while we absorb the gorgeous, gorgeous Comet Observatory music. And so, once again, however long you may or may not have been here, thank you so much for watching and witnessing a fairly successful day. And we'll send you on in just a moment. So, have a good night, or good morning, or good afternoon, or whatever it may be in your time zone, wherever you are. And fare thee well.